Yo. Hey, how's it going? What the hell? There's so much chaos in the world. we need to we need to come to the rescue. Excuse me. I'm just doing some organizing, okay, behind the scenes. Moving, shaking, the like. Huh. What's this? Got him. Boom. Boom. All right. Hey. How was the Teuton debate on Discord just now? I don't think he wants to come on stream publicly for for a while because he thinks he's giving relevancy to a liberal Zionist. I'm like, oh no. Responsible platforming. Shit. I think I have a couple of debates coming up. One is definitely next week. The other one is probably next week with Alec Gunter, the I guess he's like a Vosh adjacent guy, I think, streamer, and Chris Kunzler. Hey, that's what we got coming up. Any recommendations for a new mic and headphones? For voice, depends on your budget. Depends big on your budget. If you're gonna get a mic and your budget is more than like $150, you should probably try to get an interface with an XLR mic for one. Gunter was the Jubilee guy. Yeah. Yeah, this is his channel here. It was like a little Twitter thread, but I could quite easily make it into a broader discussion that he would easily bite on. What is that? Debate, are Hamas the bad guys 4 days ago? Will I get a feel for this guy? Let's see. Might as well.
Hello,
Whoa.
is water okay, or would
Shit.
you like me to call you something else?
Yeah, water works.
Okay,
He
water
has
works.
his Discord as that's really cool. He's got his Discord here. I used to try to do this, but it was really badly executed. And then he's got his, I guess, his Twitch chat over here. Huh.
Works. Water, how are you doing?
Doing all right. We're back. We're at it again. You said you're pro-Palestine, right?
Fuck.
Indeed, I am. That is
What
accurate.
does that mean to you? Because I've seen extremes from I support Hamas, which most people don't have. And then I've seen extremes on the other side. It's just like, I just don't want any war, right? What would you say when you say you support pro-Palestine?
Well, Hamas is a resistance group, so it is like the only resistance group in the area with any like legitimate power to combat Israel, and that's why people have put their stock behind them. Israel is invading Palestine and committing apartheid and committing genocide.
Whoa.
So it is difficult for me to sit here and entertain the idea like Hamas bad, because I'm not saying they're good. You know, like they're a politically motivated group. They commit violence, sometimes a little unnecessarily, sure. But when you stack that against Israel and the shit that they're doing, I can't get behind this idea that I should care.
Wait, so if you can't get, so you're referring to like the care about like when Hamas rapes women and children on October 7th, attacks Israel repeatedly with missiles for the past 20-something years.
24? I think the first rocket was fired in 2001. To be fair, it was more like a fucking glorified what would you say? What did that rocket look like? I saw it. I saw the first ever rocket that's been fired into Israel. Because someone in one of the fucking buildings that we were going interviews in had kept it as a souvenir. It's like a glorified Coke ball. It's like this, but like twice as long and bent because it had landed. It was just a little piece of pipe with some sugar and potassium nitrate.
hijacks planes, kills Israeli athletes. Like
That's not
none of
Hamas.
that.
That's the PLO, PFLP. What's he
Well,
doing?
those all sound like
very-
the Palestinian Authority. Yeah.
Those all
Sorry, I
sound
didn't
like
mean to
very bad. No, you're fine. Those all sound like very bad things that would not have happened had Israel not invaded Palestine.
They didn't. What I'm talking about with like the missile attacks and like
They invaded. This guy's he's composed. He's composed. He's not stuttering. Okay, talks with authority. Bear that in mind. Okay, it's very convincing to a lot of people.
like 2000, that was unprompted. That was during the like in between the first and second Intifada. There was no invasion of Gaza.
Where's this guy from? His accent's like the way he said Intifada. Is he an Arab?
At this time.
There's
Also genocide or anything like that. Yeah.
Israel has been in Gaza since like the 1940s or 50s or 60s,
Not
between the
even-
40s and
no.
60s.
It's like a ballpark figure.
Whoa, no.
Whoa,
They
no?
haven't.
Ooh.
So in 67, they got like the land after a war that Egypt and the surrounding Arab coalition like fought them. Like Israel did a preemptive strike, but it was very clear that the surrounding states were going to attack Israel. This has been disputed by some, but it seems by every account, if you want to go through the facts of it, that Israel was justified in preemptively striking the surrounding Arab countries. That was
Okay, this guy has just allowed himself to go on a complete. No one, and I don't think anyone in Gunter's audience probably had any fucking idea what that guy just said.
the only time up until I think after 70.
I don't think Alec knows what he's saying either. If you're saying that they were in Gaza since somewhere around the 40s, 50s, 60s, then he's gonna have no fucking. I don't think the guy. He has no idea what's being referred to.
3 and Yom Kippur when they gave back the Sinai and they gave back the land of
He's off message.
Gaza, and
He's
I
off
think
message.
they gave back West Bank to Jordan.
Now we're googling the. Okay, shit.
Well, how nice of them to give it back.
Well, yeah, especially after the Arab countries around
See,
them
he's not listening to anything. He's not listening.
tried to kill them all in a genocide. Yeah, that was pretty
Didn't-
nice actually.
Oh shit.
Didn't you say that Israel committed a preemptive strike?
Yeah, after the Arab nations around them mobilized, they kicked out UN peacekeepers in the Suez. Nasser literally said in public speeches that he wanted to go to war with Israel again, and that he was going to close the Suez, which caused the Suez crisis of '56. So he knew that there would be a conflict. That's why he kicked out the UN peacekeepers. That's why he started mobilizing the army, and like it was very clear that they were posturing for war.
Okay, but Israel started it.
Okay. Do you think if Poland invaded Nazi Germany on like August 31st,
Well, this guy knows
right,
history.
before
he knows his
September
dates.
1st, when World War II historically starts, do you think that would be justified?
If Poland invaded Nazi Germany in 19 in
Yep.
no,
Before the war
actually,
started.
no.
Before September. The argument, I guess, is that the Nazis were mobilizing, they were threatening, they were amping up their rhetoric, and the Poles might have thought that the best way to defend is to attack. Because if we just sit here and wait, we're going to lose our advantage, and then they might overwhelm us, whereas they might lose that ability if we go nuts, log up. Is that the argument? I don't know why would people be would we be against that?
You don't think so?
No.
Why would you say not?
Because invading another nation against their will and killing civilians is never okay, even if it's Poland doing it to innocent people during Nazi Germany. Like, that is not okay.
I would hardcore disagree because like
Shit.
the outcome, especially because now we have, especially because we're talking with the knowledge of hindsight. Even if we get rid of the hindsight and we put ourselves in the situation of the Poles, okay. Very clearly, Germany has been posturing for war. They've mobilized troops on the border. They have their navy sailing out near Danzig. It is very clear they're going to invade. And you are a weaker country.
I can't tell but notice there's like a little control F here. Excuse me. For 1967.
Seen what happened to the countries around them when they tried to invade. Similar to how Israel has had conflicts beforehand where the Arab countries have invaded first. Every single war before 67 was...
To be fair, preemptive strike is a very rare thing in the world. There's not that many times where this has happened in modern history. What are the examples of preemptive strikes in the modern age? I can think of two. I can think of Israel in the 6-Day War And I can think of, I guess Iran is added to that list now. And I can also think of Hamas. They did it to Fatah. So, are there anywhere else where they do that? Iraq 2003. Was that phrased as a preemptive strike, as Saddam's going to whack us? The Kosovo War. I have no idea what part of the Kosovo War you're saying is preemptive.
Started by the Arab coalition. Thus, I think
like the difference between Iraq and Egypt is like, if you're going to talk about preemptive strike for a war, you're probably going to acknowledge that at least the premise for doing it was somewhat legitimate from some perspective, right? Like it's not like Egypt wasn't fucking around. We know that they weren't preparing to do a first offensive, but WMDs that's not even like a plausible reason because they were fake. Czechoslovakia invading Poland in the interwar period. France 1790. Okay, you guys are just saying words, whatever.
it would be reasonable for Poland or Israel to attack Germany to save their country, their citizens, and to prevent one of the worst disasters that would have been for the Jewish people in either situation, whether it's World War II, the Holocaust, or it's a second Holocaust if Israel had lost.
So
Egypt sure were talking like they were, though. Oh, they were. Yeah, they were huffing and puffing. And I think, wait, let me double check. Pearl Harbor. Yes, Pearl Harbor was a preemptive strike by Japan because they wanted to. Well, was it even really? Because I think the obviously the intention of it was to scare America off of getting involved in the Pacific, but obviously it backfired. But all right, wait, hang on. At the time of the 6-Day War, was Nasser trying to get troops back from Yemen? Because one of the reasons that it was quite clear that Egypt didn't want a war in June 67 was because they had a whole bunch of troops that were held up in Yemen. But I don't think he tried to withdraw the troops until after the defeat. No, because they'd actually been sending troops down to Yemen at that time.
How did that work out for Israel?
It worked out really well. They were able to take back a lot of land.
So nobody was raped then, right?
Nobody was raped. What the fuck? Shit.
If you're referring to war crimes, yeah, they happen. It wasn't systemic like how Hamas did on like October 7th.
No.
That's what you're referring to.
What I'm referring to is October 7th. October 7th still happened.
Okay. Sure.
But because of how is that an indictment on the 6-Day War? They're like, they're like 60 years apart. What the fuck?
So when I say 67 was good, obviously it wasn't good long term, but like the alternative is that Israel gets attacked by the Arab countries around them. They don't mobilize, so they get caught off guard. The nation gets like obliterated, like literally eradicated from the map. There would be no Israel. And the Jewish people there would be exterminated or ethnically cleansed entirely from the land.
If Israel has the means by which to invade another nation preemptively, they have the means by which to defend themselves. Does that make sense?
That is not how conflict works in the fucking slightest. Like, what? That was like the whole issue in the 6-Day War was that there were troops who were deployed at the Egyptian border and they were just sitting there for like 2 weeks. People were getting tired and frustrated and bored and scared, and the Egyptians were still able to keep amassing at the border. And then, the military advantage that the Israelis had was diminishing. That was one of the reasons why they were in such a rush at the end. And Eshkol was obviously losing his control over the situation because of that fucking stammering speech that he gave, which was only sowing doubt among the population. But Yeah, of course. It's like letting someone take the first punch. If someone's squaring up to you, and I think this is actually what we do in the law in terms of like bar fighting and shit like that, is that if someone puts you in a position where you have a good reason to believe you're about to get attacked, and there's something, and by attacking first, you can stop them or like reduce their chances of seriously hurting you, then you can do it. But obviously, interpreting that reasonable expectation is very critical, because you really don't want to be preemptively attacking if you have any good reason to believe that it's not necessary.
Alec, I understand what you're getting at, where if a country has the ability to project power into another country, they probably have the means to defend themselves. The problem is when 4 countries are going to attack your country.
4 countries? Syria, Jordan, Egypt. What was the 4th country? In the 6-Day War? America. USS Liberty. Sorry.
And those nations are already mobilized. And if you look at, do you know much about the 67 war? It's okay if not.
He's literally looking.
Not really. I have it pulled up on Wikipedia.
Okay. If you look at how effective that preemptive strike was, it is literally considered like one of the greatest ones, besides like what we did in Desert Storm in like 2003 or like during the Gulf War. It was incredibly effective. I want you to look at those casualties and imagine a scenario where all of those forces that Israel destroyed were mobilized in a strike against Israel when they didn't have their...
He's loading up is what he's doing, okay? Don't worry. Because right now it just kind of looks like he's sort of listening and getting bored of this guy just yapping away about Israeli history that he doesn't know anything about. But damn, I think we're gonna see a blowout, okay? I think the reason we're halfway through the video now. We're going to see an epic Vosh blowout. That's what we're going to see.
Force up when they didn't have their troops mobilized for war. Because again, they were in peacetime, right? They still have the mandatory service, but they don't have, like, for example, like troops called up into active duty in the same way that you would during war. Imagine that. Do you think that, like, I personally am of the belief that Israel would have been wiped out. I think most people could agree with that. What do you think?
I don't think...
Was that the consensus that they would have been wiped out? From the 6-Day War? No. I don't know. Because obviously, well, we know for a fact that Egypt was preparing to absorb an initial blow. They were preparing to defend, not to attack, to start with. So I was pretty sure the consensus was that Israel would have handled it, but obviously they would have definitely lost, that they would have lost the surprise attack on the airstrips. They would have lost the thing that basically won the war for them in 20 minutes. There's a goal up, chat. There's a goal. Contribute to the stream. Love you. Bye.
That Israel had to kill anybody. That's what I think.
Okay, that's not
Jesus.
The question I asked you.
What the fuck?
True, Israel could have just sat there and got shot and then...
Or restrained.
Holocausted. Yeah. Restrained? What do you mean by restrained?
Take prisoners of war.
You think...
Did they not? Did they not take prisoners of war in 67?
Okay.
My point is they're not doing any of this by peaceful means or even trying to. They're killing civilians left and right.
Yeah, hold on. I don't know why you're saying that they could have done it by peaceful means. They were trying to. And then the nations around them decided to mobilize for war. And they said expressly that they wanted to go to war. They did the actions that one would do if they wanted to go to war, like Egypt kicking out UN peacekeepers. Why would
I think the kill shot for the Nasser argument is that he acknowledged that closing the Straits of Tiran was a casus belli. Like he acknowledged that it was an act of war. So he basically said that he had done the first act of hostility. Just that it's one, like, obviously, it doesn't become quite as viscerally remembered, you know?
Kick out UN peacekeepers. That
they
makes
didn't kill them?
sense. The Egyptians kicked them out. Yeah, they didn't kill them.
Well, let's take a look at the Egyptians kicking out the peacekeepers then. Sure. When did this happen?
67.
Okay, in 67. So I have that pulled up. So let's see. Let's see if I can find Egypt in this article. Okay, Egypt. Suez Crisis. Was this 1956 Suez Crisis?
No, there was the 56 Suez Crisis that involves that, but there also were peacekeepers that were there on 67. I can pull up like a link for an article that talks more about that.
Sure, go on. What I have pulled up is Through the 1950s, Jordan and Egypt supported the Palestinian Fedayeen militants' cross-border attacks into Israel, while Israel carried out its own reprisal operations in the host countries. The 1956 Suez Crisis well, this is already, by the way, after the Arab-Israeli War. So there's the declaration of the establishment of the State of Israel on 14th of May in 1948. The Arab League decided to intervene on behalf of Palestinian Arabs, marching their forces into former British Palestine, beginning the main phase of the 1948 Arab-Israeli War.
Yeah. What were they
is he aware of what he just read? Oh no.
intervening on? Like, what was happening for them to intervene?
This guy is just completely letting him sidetrack. Okay, let's go through that door then.
That's what I'm looking for. The 1947 United Nations Partition Plan, which happened a year earlier.
Holy shit.
Recommended the adoption and implementation.
We're getting the entire fucking...
Okay, so to partition Palestine into an Arab state, a Jewish state, and the city of Jerusalem. Palestinian Arabs were opposed to the partition. Zionists accepted the partition, but planned to expel it, so as a two-state solution.
Pretty much.
What was it? They accepted the partition, but planned to expand Israel's borders beyond what it was allocated. Man, the wiki is so fucking shagged. It's so shagged. They accepted the partition, but planned to expand. The plan to expand was in the context of there being a war. They were anticipating that the Arabs would reject it and start a war. What the fuck? That's probably important context to that sentence. Jesus.
Technically 3, but yeah, there's like a little international corridor. But yeah, other than that, yeah, two-state solution.
Sure. So we're on the same page. So planned to expand Israel's borders beyond what was allocated to it by the UN. On the next day, Palestine was swept by violence, igniting the first phase of the Palestine War. For 4 months it just says Palestine was swept by violence. The 1940 here.
I wonder why it says that.
Get up.
Jesus.
Yeah, it was the Palestinian Arabs. There are some sources that say it was the Israelis, but there hasn't been much documentation about Israeli militias starting it. It seems to be mostly Arab militias in response to the partition plan.
We decided to make you an honorary American in recognition of your service in our 2024 elections. And your MAGA hat and case of Bud Light will ship in 6 to 7 weeks.
What an interesting collection of typos. But thank you for the 19.99. I really appreciate that. And Charles, thanks for the 99 cents. Thank you so much. Wow. Everyone counts.
Like extremely antagonized to the point where they were attacking Zionist militias and other like Jewish communities in the Levant in general. This was started by them.
Sure, just real quick. I would love to get into a longer conversation with you about this. We have 3.5 minutes. Is there anything else you want to touch on?
Yeah, real quick.
Is he timing these conversations? What's going on?
Mm-hmm.
How are things going with the radical empathy stuff?
I think
this isn't really a debate thing. I'm just wondering. Okay.
No, you're fine. I think it's going. We can talk about whatever you want. It's your time, but I think it's going great. I think that you and I, obviously, I need to do more research on this. I'll try to do so before we have our next conversation. If you would like to continue this conversation, it seems like you feel pretty strongly about this. And if I'm wrong about what's going on in Israel and Palestine, I'd like to know. But so far, I just haven't been convinced that I am. We can talk about who started it, who whatever, but ultimately, what I see with my own eyes is what I believe. And what I see is a whole lot of the IDF doing a whole lot of offending and not a whole lot of defending against, Palestinian civilians. It's quite jarring, actually. It's disgusting to me. Like
I could agree to some extent. Yeah.
Yeah. If I can ask you this.
Yeah.
Tell me something to convince me that seeing those things does not mean that Israel is committing atrocities.
So there isn't anything that I could say, because that would be like, I'm assuming when you mean Israel, you mean like the IDF, right?
Yes, essentially. Okay. And Netanyahu, who's like in command.
Yeah. So the difference is that in the IDF, it's not systematic. I think that systematic versus lone actions matters a lot. Systematic, like for me, encompasses like if a commander sees it happening and doesn't report it, and that's like throughout the IDF. Right, that would be an example of like a systemic problem. But like in every military, including our own, this has been a problem for ever, since the beginning of man picking up sticks and rocks to fight each other. I don't know how I could convince you that there aren't atrocities, because I would agree with that. There are atrocities on both sides of this conflict.
Both sides.
I would say though that
Okay,
In
both
Israel,
sides
you're
out.
going to see people be prosecuted for these crimes. In Gaza, they'll be celebrated.
Well, that's probably a little bit of a... what percentage of people who commit atrocities in Gaza do you think are actually going to get punished? Less than 10? And what percentage of them are going to get appropriate punishments? Less than 10? It's not exactly... Fuck.
It's
Okay.
like the best way I could phrase that.
Can you give me? You have 1 minute. Can you give me like one example of an IDF person who's been prosecuted for
Good
what
question.
they've
Yeah.
done?
The
Good question.
discussion about
There was
moderator
a-
elimination
I don't believe
the other
there-
day, but I full support Scarlet for mod. Happy Thanksgiving.
Thanks for the $10. I don't think they've any been prosecuted since October 7th, have there? Apart from people under investigation, and some people have been reprimanded and removed. But I don't think there have been any prosecution. Have there? Has there been any convictions? Didn't one of the prisoner guard guys get like 6 months or some stupid shit for abusing the fuck out of a prisoner? As far as actions on the ground in Gaza, I don't know how normal it is to prosecute people for a war while it's ongoing, but
The detention center. I forget the name of it. But there was a detention center in Israel where I think it was 3 or something like that. There were a group of Palestinian prisoners who were sexually assaulted and they were abused in other forms. This was a very controversial prison because the way that they did things was borderline, if not outright, in this case, torture. The people involved with that were prosecuted, and I think they're still.
when you say convictions at the unit level, STRL, do you mean like military court convictions? Because that's what you'd expect if it's in the army. But I didn't even know there were those yet, barring maybe those 3 people. But I didn't know those 3 people were sentenced yet.
in the middle of that court case. It's been going. Last time I checked, it was going on. That was like a few months ago. I could get back
Okay.
to you on that specific case, but
Yeah, sure.
it does seem to happen at least, and especially like historically, it's happened like after other interventions or other.
Okay.
Whoa.
All right. We can talk about this more later. Thank you very much for coming up. I really appreciate it. I will
Interesting.
definitely.
Yeah, no problem.
I'm sorry that I do not have that much knowledge about the history of Israel. If I
No,
had,
you're
we
good.
could have probably gotten further into. Like, I like to look at it like this. This is a good segue into this point. You don't have to have the knowledge on hand in order to enter a conversation. You can just go in.
Oh.
Yeah.
And hopefully two
Absolutely.
people can
That's
learn together. But if you have the knowledge already, it just accelerates the conversation and makes it much faster, and you get to the point faster. So we couldn't reach that point
Right.
because I'm not educated. So I apologize for that.
No, don't be. I'm never gonna hold it against you. Like
Okay.
the fact you're having this conversation uneducated and you're willing to listen and like learn is monumentally like it fills me with hope, right? That there are still people who are still willing to listen and learn.
Sure.
I appreciate that. And of course you're
course.
not being like, oh my God, thank you for telling me this. Now I believe everything you say. It's speculative. I appreciate that. But I'm gonna hop off. I will DM you, talk about that.
I think that's fairly commendable of Mr. Gunter in there. It's what you should do. If you realize that you're out of your depth in a conversation, you should just start asking, just let them speak. Just keep asking questions, and just stop fucking fighting. Like that's probably the clever thing to do, but doesn't make as much good for what the audience would maybe like to see.
We can set up
Yeah.
a different time for this, but yeah, I appreciate
Yeah,
it.
we can definitely set something up. Thank you very much for coming up, Water. All right, take care.
Hi, thanks so much for watching and making it to the end of the video. I just wanted to let you all know that I love and appreciate everybody in my community, whether you
Hell yeah. Okay, cool. That's fine. That'll be an okay conversation. What do I just ask questions, Pepe? Yes, that's exactly what I meant. Fuck you. UK budget. They're not taxing me. They're not taxing me extra. And I'm actually kind of annoyed by that. I wish they had. Like, what the fuck?
Beth Rigby, and also our economics editor, Ed Conway, standing by. Beth, what are your reflections?
Well, look, I think the headlines tomorrow is going to be a chancellor that a year ago raised taxes by 40 billion is now coming back for another 26 billion pounds.
Wait, what?
Taking the tax burden to an all-time high of 38% of GDP.
This isn't their income tax, though, right? It's like, oh, yeah, it won't just be income tax, though. She's not doing income tax, but she's doing other tax shit.
By the end of Parliament, and this a government that in the run-up to the election said We are not going to be taxed and we will grow the economy. And she has had to eat her words there today. Living standards rising more slowly than expected. The welfare bill still going up. What is ringing in my head is when a cabinet minister said to me in recent days, this budget will be a budget for self-preservation and not for the country. And the reason that they were talking about that was that what Rachel Reeves also did there was she did what Labour MPs have been calling for. She has lifted the 2-child benefit cap. It's very popular within her party. It's less popular in the country, with 60% of people polled opposed. And she's also targeted tax rises on some of the wealthiest in society. You've got that mansion tax levy. You've got the pension changes, which will hit higher earners. Overall, personal taxes going up by 15 billion, other tax changes by 11 billion. The freeze in income tax thresholds, I think the biggest one, that raises 8.3 billion, and it is effectively breaking a manifesto pledge, particularly because the Chancellor, as Kemi Badenoch noted in the Commons, explicitly said she was not going to do that a year ago because, to quote her, it would hurt working people, and the tax rate on pension contributions will raise 4.7 billion. And really, Kemi Badenoch absolutely on fire there in the Commons. Benefited, of course, because she had...
Wait, is this a pundit or is this a fucking party MP coming for their opinion? We're going to hear some... Jesus.
...sight of this from this astonishing leak from the Office of Budget Responsibility. I have never seen anything like it. And it actually meant when the Chancellor stood up, no one was listening to her frame her budget because we knew what the headlines were. So she wasn't able to frame it in the way that she wanted to. Kemi Badenoch said...
Oh, yeah, the budget got leaked, didn't it? It's never happened before with the entire budget, basically. It got leaked before it was announced. Rip.
In there, it was a total humiliation. She said the Chancellor should resign. She said she has broken every single one of her promises. She said it was a budget for Benefit Street, paid for by working people. So it was pretty excoriating in the Commons there for Rachel Reeves, who must have had a really hard time standing up on her feet when her budget had been leaked. And she was a combination, I think, of utterly furious and probably just a little bit upset as well.
Yeah, it changed the atmosphere in there. I really think it felt much more kind of raucous.
Well, she'd also lost the room before she even got in.
Exactly.
Because normally we would hang on every word.
Bonger politics needs way more spice. Don't worry, we're going to have plenty of reform candidates and Russian scandals and spiv behavior and crimes and anti-immigration fucking brown bashing. We're going to have so many of it. Don't worry. It's coming. It's inevitable. There's nothing we can do.
Because we've been trying
Not
to
with this party in power.
work out what she was saying, and we weren't even listening that hard because we were trying to... We'd already got the budget. This budget, this is it. We've now got the hard copy, and that has all the tax and spend measures in it, and it was leaked.
And look, when you're putting up taxes by £26 billion, then you need to be able to set the narrative. That's the least of your worries in normal times.
Wow.
Ed,
just like streaming.
What do the numbers say? What was the kind of projections? What's going on?
Well, I mean, we should probably start with the leak first of all.
Yeah, let's do it.
I mean, I've never experienced anything like it. I don't think there ever has been anything like it to have the entire contents of a budget to be... leak is probably the wrong word. It was an accidental release.
Yeah. It was
an hour or so, well, actually really kind of a couple of hours before it would have come out.
Technical mistake, I think is what
we
they
said,
call
I'm
it,
kind of just looking
Oh
at the
God,
markets
it wasn't even a
as we
leak.
speak. We said that we were looking at the markets just
leaked
because
themselves.
of, you know, the fear of what happened after the mini-budget and how are people going to react to it. What we certainly didn't expect is that there was going to be this kind of a moment where traders out there would be kind of all over the place. Let me quickly show you, because, I mean, there's all sorts of charts, both about that, but also the kind of charts we'd normally be showing were it not for the leak. But as I say, start with the leak. This is just showing you, like I said, normally at this point I'm showing you the growth forecast from the OBR, but this something like this has never happened before.
You're not actually believing this shit, are you? What, the budget stuff or the leak stuff? I have no idea what happened, man. I did not follow.
Is the government's cost of borrowing. It's the 10-year government bond yield. And that's where it...
What does it mean to leak the budget? Well, the problem with leaking the budget is that the person who announces it on budget day, the chancellor who owns it gets to frame it. They get to highlight the things that they want, so they can have the headlines blasted with all of the key points that they want, whereas otherwise it's just up to the fucking mercy of the press. So
was trading before that accidental release of the budget, and look at what happened afterwards. Look at how that just yo-yoed around. That is traders reacting to the news, trying desperately to pick up a copy of it or download a copy before it gets removed from the website, which eventually it was, and then going through it and trying to work out, is this going to be positive for the public finances? Is it going to be negative for the public finances? And we'll be updating that over the course of the coming hours, because actually, even since I made this chart, that started to trend downwards. So now this is looking like, you know, actually that's kind of encouraging. The Chancellor would like that line to be down. She certainly wouldn't like it to be going all over the place, which is what it was for a period, because people were just reacting to something that had never happened before. But let's just kind of take a step back, a breath, and just remember what this budget ultimately was about, because we now have the numbers. We've got the big numbers. This is the growth forecast last time around. Economic growth, it's really important because it feeds into everything else. 1% this year, and then 1.9, 1.8, 1.7, 1.8. So kind of stronger off in the future, weaker in the short run. Here is the latest set of forecasts from the Office for Budget Responsibility. So it's a little bit better this year, actually quite a bit better this year, 1.5% rather than 1%. But look at the following years, weaker, 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 and then 1.5 off in the final year of the forecast horizon. And take that all together, and then that feeds into a weaker growth forecast for the Chancellor. And weaker growth, by the way, that means...
Sky News partisan. I think on the UK they are generally right-leaning, you know? Badenoch calls for resignation. People resigning over a budget. Fuck, man. It's pretty underwhelming, though. I don't know. She should have just raised income tax. Just tax the middle class and pay for nice things. Fuck me. Stupid.
There's less tax revenue coming in, which means that you're having to do more work to try and deal with this, the deficit. And when you're talking about the deficit, look, last time around, the higher these bars are, the more the government is borrowing. And actually, a lot of people thought the government was going to be borrowing less in the future. In fact, actually, the deficit, which is the key thing, is higher in the first year, the second year, the third year. It's only really at the end of this forecast that suddenly the deficit is looking better than it was before. And what does that tell you? It tells you that a lot of these measures we're just hearing about from the Chancellor, and we saw a bit in that OBR report, they're all quite distant. They kick in year 4 and year 5. And that's the kind of thing that, you know, a lot of people might wonder whether it's actually achievable. But here, you know, everything really in a nutshell is about the fact that the Chancellor was left with a bit of a problem. I mentioned those growth numbers a moment ago. She's got these fiscal rules, basically. She had £9.9 billion of headroom against her fiscal rules. Again, because the economy has been a little bit weaker than expected, that was eroded away, so by £5.7 billion. So all of a sudden that went, and she had to do something about it. And what did she do about it? She mostly did that. That's taxes. So that's £26.1 billion of taxes that are suddenly coming in, and then they get up to there. And I'll go to those taxes in just a second. And then because there's a little bit of extra spending, primarily on the two-child cap, that comes down by £3.9 billion. And then also the fact the economy just doesn't do as well when you're raising taxes on everyone. That means it's a little bit weaker. So she's left with more headroom than before, which is kind of why I think investors are out there probably going, well, this is better than we thought. But nonetheless, it's better because that's a lot of taxes. £26.1 billion of taxes. And final thing, I mean, I could go on forever, but I want to just break that down to show you the scale of what we're talking about here, OK? So breakdown. Where are the taxes being felt, OK? So here's the breakdown. The biggest bit is those freezes to tax thresholds. Everyone ends up paying more in income tax as their earnings go up because the point at which you start paying tax is frozen. A lot of money comes in, £8 billion from that in 2029-30. But here's the surprise, and Sophie was referring to this a second ago. Salary sacrifice brings in £4.7 billion. That's basically pensions. That is most people, and it's many working people as well. Remember this phrase that the Chancellor likes to talk about. A lot of working people will be paying more in pensions because you're not getting that tax relief you were before. It kind of depends on, you know, how your scheme is operated. Property savings taxes. EV taxes, quite a lot of money. So if you drive an EV, suddenly you're going to be taxed a lot more than you were before. And interestingly, fuel duty stays frozen. EV drivers have to pay more. What's the environmental consequences of that? That's a pretty good question. We didn't get an answer. Gambling taxes. Here's one final thing. The mansion tax. So how many headlines have been devoted to the mansion tax in recent months? In the end, it only raises £400 million, which is kind of piddling compared with the rest of it. But take it all told. I'm going to stop now, Sophie, because otherwise I'll just end up kind of blathering on forever. But take it all in total, and that is a lot of money, a lot of tax that's just being raised now. And it's tax that's being raised in order to finance, A, the fact that there's a bit of a hole in the finances because the economy is not doing so well, but B, as Beth was saying earlier, there's more spending on welfare. And so it's higher welfare spending and then more taxing on the other side.
Whoa. One second. Legal Eagle video. Let me see. There was a video that was actually about what's so bad about a mansion tax. I think the problem is just like the ability to grade them, to grade a mansion, like to decide where, if it's to do with like a property value thing or, let me see. I always thought the issue with mansion taxes was that people were skeptical over how effective they would be and how costly it would be to assess people's property. But we'll see. It's homes over 2 million. If it's that simple, it should be fine, apart from the issue with... I mean, I guess the only issue there with them would be questioning what happens if property value goes down, but obviously it's not difficult to assess property value. Is it? I don't know. Like if how many properties are hovering around that area. Actually, there's a debate here with James O'Brien and someone with a £2 million home. So that might be valuable. Let's see what the arguments are. Fuck. Also, I just want to say, man, Twitter is so fucking mental. Stardust posted a clip of mine talking about Hassan's Jews in the Nazi government structure, whatever the fuck he said. Man, there are so many responses. And it's so many responses of people just like naming Jewish people or people with Jewish heritage who were discovered to have Jewish heritage that weren't actually part of the government. Yeah, like half of the people are replying with capos, and the other is like two army guys, one of whom was discovered to have a Jewish mother, and he lost his promotion to chief of staff because of that, and had to get like made an honorary Aryan by Hitler so they could just kind of like ignore the fact that he was Jewish, for like a Luftwaffe general. Damn. Got him. Bam. Especially given that it's not in this clip, but the reason he brought that up, obviously, was because they mentioned that the chairman of the Reform Party was a Muslim, a practicing and open Muslim, by the way, not like a lied about being Muslim, has to get de-Islamified before he's allowed to rise to the ranks of the party, and also actually a political leader, not like a soldier. Damn. And they're talking about collaborators. She got ratioed by someone who's like, collaborators exist. What the fuck? I think a lot of these people think capos were just like en masse a bunch of eager fucking Nazi-friendly Jews, not people who were generally coerced or doing it basically just as a means of survival or to have like or like gross pragmatism. Fuck. This one's the best. Fucking History Speaks. Desperate for that fucking Houthi cock The statement is correct. Talks about the Mishlik. The worst thing about this guy is that he was actually like, he studied this and everything. So he knows full well. You can tell he knows because he takes the sentence and omitted government. Like, it's so intentional because, and I guarantee this is easily the first and last time when any of these people are going to start referring to generals as members of the government, as like government people, as government command structure people. You would never do that in any other context. Like,
yeah, still doesn't matter. I mean, there was Jews that worked within Jews that worked within the Nazi government command structure as well. It's just like
it's because he's talking about the reform chairman being a Muslim, the chairman of the party. Why would you refer to a fucking general? A general who survived and stayed in his role by the skin of his teeth, despite members of the actual government command structure wanting to get rid of him, having to get saved by a fucking decree. A very large couple of exceptions that prove the rule. Damn. And now he's out here being like, oh no, generals, they're part of the government. That's normal. That's 3 branches of government, you know? Executive, judiciary, legislative, military. Dude, this info tracker's in it as well. Molding. The copes that generals aren't part of the government are completely absurd. What? Dude! They're not, though. That's why you omitted the word. Word. Liar. You're a dishonest con. Boom. Whatever. Fuck. It's so fucking flagrant, man. Dude. I'm actually confused. Is being Jewish a religion or a race to these people? Well, Jewish is generally like it's like an ethno-religion, so it's both. It's both. But we're literally talking about people who lied about being not being Jewish, or just didn't know because their parents might not have even been wanted to be open about it, depending on which person you're talking about. It's literally just like, yeah, you're never going to see that again. No one's going to talk about generals and government as if they're one and the same, unless we're actually talking about a military dictatorship where the general is the fucking ruler, right? Like fucking Sudan, which the Nazis were not quite that. The Nazis declared it a race. Oh. Shit. If the military and government are the same thing, then Hamas politicians are... yeah, right? The fuck? It's very goofy. It's just very goofy. But again, it's just one of those things. Like, you just have these people who are so desperate and so affected by ulterior motives that like language really just exists as some kind of fucking tool to get twisted and contorted to get them through whatever argument they're currently in. You'll never see any of these people go back to talking about generals like their government command structure, like, and comparing them to heads of political parties and stuff like that. Like, you'll never see that unless we're talking about places like Sudan. That's it. Tuzan was doing the same thing. Yeah, but he was already kind of giving up on it in the VC because he knew how fucking stupid it was. Oh, hey, he's here. Who's here? What are we talking about? Generals aren't part of a fascist government. Not always, no. Because the Nazis weren't like the same as a they're not the same as a military dictatorship where you've got like a general who literally takes power and becomes the executive, right? That's not what happened in Germany. Hitler was a politician. The Nazis were a political party. Obviously, they took control of the military, but at the end of the day, the military took command from the government. That's also why, by the way, when this guy was discovered to be Jewish, it was up to the government whether or not he got to stay. Because these are different. They're different. Anyway. There's a reason we have a separate word for militaries that are in control of the government. Yeah, well. But it's okay. It's okay. 1 second. Juntas. Let's go. Junta. Oh, okay. Let's go. Um, it's especially like interesting when you look at how these Air Force people were, how like the process by which they were actually kept in their positions, because they would give some of these people like a certificate of German blood, and there was the quote from Goering when he's trying to defend these people with like discovered Jewish heritage, and even if it was like just their grandparent or something, or like a father, so not even like according to the Jewish orthodoxy, but yeah, Goering was saying in response to this situation, I decide who is a Jew in the Air Force. As in, it wasn't I decide who is in the Air Force, that this Jew can be in the Air Force. It's I'll decide whether or not they're even Jewish. Like, it's just so fucking... And we're talking about comparing this to the Reform Party. That's the context, right? It's so fucking dumb, man. Dense. Dense shit. But people think you are historically... No, they don't. Stop thinking that these people actually Stop thinking that these people are being honest. They're not being stupid. They know exactly what they're doing. They know that for the next 24 hours, because of our little fucking partisanship and our project, for the next 24 hours, we are going to decide that generals are part of the government. Yes, that's normal. Yeah. That they're government officials. Yeah. Not just like government employed, or not that there's like branches of government that involves legislative and judiciary and executive and things like that. And the Nazis were not like a military dictatorship in the same way that somewhere in Sudan was. Like they weren't like a junta. And that these generals were literally allowed to stay by exceptional rules that were allotted to them by the government. And the government literally got around their own rules by just kind of pretending these people were not Jewish. Yep, for the next 24 hours, they're government. They're government command structure, people. Comparable to a chairman of the party. Because that's how History Speaks can get fucking Hassan's Houthi cock down his throat. Nice. You're going to have a debate on this with someone. How long is that debate even going to be? It's like such an open and shut conversation. Like, I've got the Gunter guy wants to talk about it on Tuesday. So we can get him involved. And yeah, other people talk. It's what I thought was interesting about that reply thread was maybe, I don't know if this is because of Stardust or just because of the horseshoeing, but a surprising number of people replying to these to this tweet by yapping away about fucking capos and shit. Some of these people are groypers. They're groypers. Or like who turned in Anne Frank? Someone who wasn't in the government? Like, what? I wonder if the groypers are still here or if they've been blasted. I think there was one person who actually had a groyper in their name. Are they there or are they in mine? Damn, there's so many of them. There's so many of these responses. Red triangle, okay. What? Ashka Nazis. Jesus! The fuck? Someone mentioning Magda Goebbels, who was, I think, had a Jewish adoptive parent? Man. The fuck? What the fuck? Snark post, nice. How long do these replies go for? Holy shit. Ouch. The driver, Emil Maurice, was... Yeah. What happened to him again? Is he the one who... Double checking my memory. I'm surprised that I don't think I've seen any clips of Hassan responding to this. Maybe he's decided to do a ceasefire. This guy was tried by the Americans. Okay. Half of these I feel are just, oh yeah, there'll be a lot. There'll be bots in there, like AI bots and shit. Twitter is fucking riddled with that stuff. Again, people talking about generals. You're such a liar. It's embarrassing. Can you define command structure? They took out the word government. military people. Your reaction to the interview got a lot of views. I guess so. Shit. I'm curious where that person went. I thought the majorly based fucking MAGA Groiper guy was in here. Rip. Poor Stardust. Damn.
Thankful for having found the best IP and broader me streamer. Happy American Thanksgiving, good sir.
Hell yeah. Thanks. Yesterday when Hassan brought it up, he pulled up the wiki page on capos. Did he? Clipper, I don't believe you. Clipser, I don't believe you. Sorry. Get fucked. What's on the tabloids? What's going on? I've decided I'm Team Zohra and Loner. Yeah, why not? He gonna fight Trump. That schmoozing at the White House was just a decoy, okay? Sense of false security.
Yo, I think Kai moved her paw striker with the lightning power that Zeus granted you. Dude, that's so funny, dude. You're so fucking funny. Confident AF, dude. It's funny when a 14-year-old is making that joke. It's not funny when a 35-year-old comes into this chat beating a dead horse or an abused dog in this instance. And why would I want to... Yeah, it's a fucking old-ass meme at this point. Dude, that was freaking fire, though. That was funny. You are confident AF, chatter. You really are. I hope to God you're like 12, please. It's a 2015 account. You're not gonna make it. You're not gonna make it. You're a whole ass adult. One of the guys that wait, you found the social media profile of one of the guys that was making a dog joke? M Hud says, one of the dog joke people that got banned earlier. Following Mady X Melons, anti-whitewash, blacks taking L's.
Wait, is this actually like a fucking Twitter feed
I don't
thing?
really have any answers.
Hey! I didn't know this was a thing. Piker made the remark in the Trigonometry podcast using it to illustrate his views on oppression. What? Oh, it's like a summary post. That's not really accurate, is it? Wow. Oh no, Drew Pavlou. Ethan Klein. There are collaborators. Open a book. Yes, government official collaborators, comparable to a chairman of the party. A simple Google search would suffice. You know what? When I first saw this thing blowing up, I was actually wondering, like, oh no, what if there actually was like one fucking, what if there was like one big old government official, like hierarchy of the party itself? Like maybe they had a Jewish chairman for 2 years. No, doesn't look like it. Looks like they worked pretty fucking hard to keep those Jews out because they're Nazis.
Nice profile, man. Hunting down dissenters. Gaslight phase. Hunting down dissenters. Do as I say, not as I do. Let me repeat it again. Do as I say, not as I do. Maybe have a dog and it not be part of your persona. If you don't want to fucking question when you're evasive, you're no different than the GOP, then be better yourself. Brother, this dude has been waiting. He has been fucking waiting. This is a dissenter. This is a dissenter. Meds now. Meds right now. Meds.
I was surprised by how strongly you worded it. Well, because he was talking about chairman of the party. And I even think, like, let's say they did. Let's say they did have, like, one of these RAF generals was actually, like, a government official and was the one who was giving commands to the army instead or something like that. Or even if they were in charge of some civil institution. Even if that were the case, the way that these guys got to stay in their posts was, one, they got there by lying. Like, it's usually, in most cases, it wasn't discovered that their heritage was Jewish until after. And then second, they kind of just had to pretend these people weren't Jewish to keep them in. They had to just, like, they had to go around their own rules. It was against their own rules to do it. They were just breaking their own rules, which is kind of like exceptions that prove the rule, which is not comparable to Reform Party having a fucking Muslim, open practicing Muslim chairman.
It's right now. If you're saying I'm no different than the GOP and you find yourself in agreement with this fucking person, you really got to get your priorities in order. This is how it goes, though. This is how it goes. Motherfuckers staying here for like 40 months, subscribing for 40 months, and then one instance and they flip. This is the negative consequence of this is the other side of the parasocial coin. People become literal fucking lunatics, okay? And it's not like they go away hunting down. Like, you're making it seem like a guy who came in here making a fucking Doctober 7 joke. We hunted him down when he's using the same username on every single profile. Maybe you just feel kind of embarrassed that these are the guys who are still carrying on this battle. His username, I know his city, fave game, fave teams, and fave food just from Reddit. Get real. Yeah. It's also funny because, like, people literally go from people get a fraction of the microscopic lens that they put me under, okay? Just a fraction. Like, you don't get, you don't get the entire lens of scrutiny in front of millions of people, and you don't like it while you're in the process of misunderstanding, while you're in the process of literally doing that. Yeah. There is the 10%. There is the 10% that, will get swept away by other donkeys. But for the most part, it is exactly what you suspect. It's like a guy who's a dick tone viewer, lolly profile, blacks taking L's account watcher, enjoyer. Their entire fucking subreddit history shows that as well. And then the guys who are not like that get very offended when you point it out. Guys who actually did believe the fucking meta will get really pissed off when you point out that, like, their allies are disgusting. Instead of being like, well, maybe I got a little heated.
Wow. Nick Fuentes and Pierce Morgan are set to have a conversation. Oh, no. Oh, shit. Well, Pierce does take his World War II history very seriously. He does take it very, very seriously. So I think maybe he won't give Fuentes an easy time. Maybe not. Asmongold loses his phone in his pocket. Appropriate. Okay. Venti. Oh God, the Nazi queen. She's back. Brittany Venti. The last time I saw her, she was like part of the whole, like, actual sort of tradcon right-wing sphere that was attacking Andrew Wilson and his wife. I shared my story about Casey Tron and how she ostracized and bullied me when I was an orphan teen who modded for her, and then she blocked me. That's a bit of lore I never knew about. Okay. Just a reminder for when she says to feel bad for her over getting sued by H3 for maliciously stealing content. Asmongold was right for telling her to fuck off with her have mercy bullshit. Oh no, cry bully. I'm going to share my story because I'm so tired of your fake performative bullshit all these years. I was a mod for Caseytron and supported her channel before I made it. I was very active in Caseytron's community, in Raid Call, this was before Discord. I was 17, freshly orphaned with nothing and having to live with my ex-boyfriend's family. Even when I had to pay $500 in rent every month, I still supported her channel, donated, and I did because I thought she was funny. Before, when she had a sense of humor, if you can believe it, before she turned into an all-righteous cunt. To be fair, Venti was probably banned for like she's a pretty edgy like bigoted person. So it's a or she was, I don't know if she still is, but she was in that time she definitely was. So is that maybe why she got banned? Let's see. Then when I started becoming more popular, Caseytron got jealous because she determined the pond wasn't big enough for both of us and isolated me from her community. I guess she felt two women weren't allowed to do satire and felt I was competition. She started to bully me and talk shit about me. Oh no. For example, I had a spinning the wheel bit where I would spin it and say a viewer has X crazy attribute or make something ridiculous as a joke. Not only did she bully me on her stream by emulating this bit to make fun of me on her stream as a passive-aggressive jab, but she also proceeded to literally steal my bit and use it later. Oh, shit. I think Venti's Halloween costume this year was just doing blackface. Yeah, that's not surprising. Meanwhile, I was 17, then freshly turned 18 and streaming, just trying to get by because I had no other options considering I was orphaned at 16 and in and out of school because my mother was dying. Keep in mind, Caseytron was older than me and established. I was orphaned and could potentially be homeless if I didn't pay to rent my room. I had to stream to get by. She just isolated me from the only people I had to talk to and stole my bit. Wow. Damn. How the tables, something. You steal chatter bits all the time. Yeah, but no mods or chatters who are streamers. Freshly 18 story, eh? Mais Ricochet, thanks for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate that. Fuck me, man. Ethan Klein calls out Taylor Lorenz for stolen valor after she said she misses working retail during holiday season. This woman hasn't worked a day in her life. Find me one person who has real experience working retail. What the fuck? I actually miss working retail so much around the holidays. I wish someone I knew had a store that I could go back to and work the week before Christmas every year because there's something about the holiday energy and helping people pick out gifts that I miss so much. What? I don't know if did she work retail? I don't know. How the fuck do I send a link? He wasn't talking about the Capo wiki page, he just brings it up at the same time. Well, send me a fucking... Discord, discord.gg/learnerbox. Have I ever heard someone saying that they miss like working holidays in retail? That man, working retail on holidays is the worst time to be doing it. Maybe like there's a couple of days where you got double time. Maybe even I think once or twice you got triple time. That was nice, but that's nice because you got paid, not nice because the work was really stressful. Fuck. People are a nightmare on holiday season. The fuck. If you want to send a link, you can also just like put a space in it and I can edit it from there. Maybe that works. Laura Loomer, I want a king. God damn it. Yep. Man, the Afghan shooting has got people really set off, hasn't it? Fuck me. The shooting in DC by the Afghan guy. Oh, God. The guy who was granted asylum by the Trump administration. Fuck. Uh-oh. Asmongold.
Two peas in a pod, but Asmongold won't ever end up in anywhere near the same position. I think Asmongold has some absolutely deplorable political views, but I wouldn't say he's on the same. He's not the same type of person as like Casey Tron or Hassan.
What's this? The 100 Flowers campaign colorized. What? Wait, what's happening? Why won't it finish? Prick. All right, here we go.
You got to get some workouts in, man. You eat more than Austin Peas. Dude, I'm literally... all right, first of all, dude, never do this. Okay.
Good.
These guys will just like go in like ultra personal, like over and over and over. That's like all they fucking do. I think Asmund like will dip his toes in it sometimes, but not as much. Like Asmongold's critiques are usually more substantive. I think they're retarded, but they're usually more substantive. Whereas people like Hassan or Casey or like this whole degenerate side of the internet, they'll just fucking like that's all they talk about. Two peas in a pod, but Asmongold won't ever end up in anywhere near the same position. I think Asmongold has some absolutely deplorable political views, but I wouldn't say he's on the same. He's not the same type of person as like Casey Tron or Hassan. These guys will just like go in like ultra personal, like over and over and over. That's like all they fucking do.
Did it just loop? What the fuck?
I think Asmund like will dip his toes in it sometimes.
Yeah, okay, yeah. That's a very old looking clip. Dan Saltman calls out Hassan for his past work at Homeland Security and CICDA. What? Homeland Security. Oh my God, that's Anna.
Name a time when you confronted someone or you told someone off. Haas.
So when I was in college, this is more of a confrontation story, but when I was in college, I was working on a program called Cicada with the Department of Homeland Security, the Command Control Interoperability Center of Advanced Data Analysis.
Wow, and you have some fancy-ass titles.
Yeah, I know. It was like a mathematician, like a group of mathematicians, whatever. I'm not going to get too far into it, but I never told my boss, who was also my professor who wanted me to be on the program, that I was actually going to get up and confront kind of him and the team of math professors that are working with the government, that their website sucked, because that was kind of what we were like supposed to be doing. We were doing marketing and communications for that entire program, and I kind of. He was very upset, but I had to like get up, and because he was talking about how like their website's fine, whatever, we need to shift our focus to other stuff, and I had to get up and literally be like, no, the website's not fine. And we did end up changing it, so that's good, but he wasn't too fond of that.
Oh, damn.
Yeah.
Software that's used to racially profile people. Damn. There were communists in the government command structure of the United States. Shit. Whatever. XQC says Quinn would get clapped in a debate about gambling. Okay. Why is Ethan not dropping his lawsuits? Oh, I don't know. Tell us.
And also, by the way, this is what
Christ.
I think is funny, is that even if Ethan did stop the lawsuit and he said, okay, I'm going to let it go, they would still never forgive him. They would hate him and be lying about him again in like a week. They would instantly do it. Like, you will score no points with them. You will gain no credibility with them. You will get nothing from them because that is in their nature. That is what they do.
What's this?
Not interested in.
Thanksgiving.
I'm kind of sad about the fact that the Majority Report is still so platinum pilled that there's new documentation about him having lied about not knowing his tattoo meant that they're actively not interested in.
Uh-oh. Why the fucking chat spamming? Ew, ew, ew.
It was during the Trigonometry podcast where you critiqued the head of the Reform Party for being Muslim. Oh, yes. Okay, that doesn't mean, yeah. Also, this is literally the first thing that comes up when you Google it.
He's such a
Jewish collaboration within
retard.
Nazi Germany.
He is such a
it's
retard,
also
man.
The
really, that's what you call it. That's what you call it. Collaborators. That's the same as the government command structure. That's comparable to the chairman of the party. Yes. Well done, Hassan. Well done.
Zionist favorite.
He's literally
doing.
This is literally like what the fucking right wingers would argue
against anti-Zionist Jews. Is they literally consistently call anti-Zionist Jews capos. Okay. Now, obviously, capos are not directly within the party ecosystem.
Yeah. So, it's almost as if that has no fucking support for your argument. Then you fucking loser. Yeah. Almost as if quite a lot of capos were actually coerced into doing what they did as well. Or did it for survival purposes, not because they liked the Nazis. What the fuck? Huh, okay.
Said that, it's the...
It's
something
okay,
that I think many of my critics who themselves are upset about my statements about Israel are very familiar with, because it's a slanderous term that they deploy against anti-Zionist Jews with regular frequency. Yeah, capos are not exclusively Jewish, yes, but most commonly used by Zionists against anti-Zionist Jews.
You're definitely going to see Disinformation Tracker and History Speaks having a go at him for that, right? For bringing up just collaboration in general. And comparing that to people being in the government or being the chairman of the party. You're definitely going to see an onslaught of corrections against this fucking idiot for trying to suggest that defends his argument in even the slightest.
Nowadays.
Did you know that there was a Jew who was in charge of the Warsaw Ghetto and was told to do civil administration in the area? Like, oh, wow. Damn.
Anyway. Another rent is due clip trimp. I know, but no one gives a shit about this stuff anyway. Like the people that are already knowledgeable.
Oh, yes, the people
about
that know.
The history. The people that are already knowledgeable about the history of the situation.
You're fucking just grabbing stuff from Wikipedia that other people have showed you. Knowledgeable about the history. That's someone who wasn't in the Nazi government. That's crazy. That's someone whose fate was decided by the actual government, by other people, because he wasn't in the government.
Are familiar with what I'm saying. Okay.
He's not going to watch the clip, is he?
The people that are just trying to
obviously, if you listen to the words, it kind of God.
Fake mad about it are doing it in bad faith because they've already lost the fucking entire argument.
What argument?
That's it. They've lost the argument on Israel, so they just will endlessly try to punish people that were on the right side of history.
Oh my God. Okay. What, the Houthis? That's the right side of history? Sure, bro. The people who correctly supported attacking civilians in the sea and kidnapping them and blowing up their ships and killing a few of them. For what again? Jesus. Oh, he actually did mention it though. That's funny. Yesterday. Does Hassan ever speak to people who disagree with him on his stream? Yeah, but only if they have more clout than him or if they are under the age of 18. That's generally how he approaches those things. Or if they're once in a blue moon, he'll talk to a commentary YouTuber and lose. You triggered him, big dog. I love it how he's too fucking scared to even just like watch the clip because he knows that I'll address, like, he knows that I can preempt the arguments that he's making. He knows full well he doesn't know fucking dick about the Nazis or World War II compared to me because he used to shout at my videos and that stuff. I would never do that for someone like him. God, no way. What was this? Someone wanted me to watch. Where is this? Millionaire clashes
Work
with
hard,
communists.
save wisely.
Fun debate. Okay.
And you'll
That's
get
it.
ahead. To a lot of people, that capitalist promise is starting to feel like a con. The wealth gap is expanding.
Doesn't Shin Bet also have informants in Gaza? Does that mean there are Palestinians in the high command structure of the Israeli government? What do you think? At least the Israelis can say that an Arab judge sent Yosef Haddad can scream from the rooftops for the rest of his life about the Arab judge who sentenced a Jewish prime minister. Don't think that happened in Nazi Germany.
Student debt is ballooning and affordable housing is a relic of the past. So is capitalism failing today's youth? I'm Melinda Nusafora and you're watching Counterpoints. For most of the 20th century, each generation was more prosperous than the one before it, until now.
I don't see counterpoints. No, they stole his name. They plagiarized him. Poor Connor.
In the US, the top 1% of earners now hold about a third of the country's collective wealth. In the UK, the richest 10% hold more than half the national wealth. So is it any wonder that millennials are starting to explore other economic models? You only have to look at the results of the New York City mayoral election to see it playing out in real time.
1 second.
It's satisfying to see someone my age same beliefs as me, who wants to make it more affordable New York City.
We're going to make the city affordable. We're going to have free buses. We're going to have free childcare. It actually feels like somebody who lives here and feels our struggle.
And it's not just a New York City phenomenon. A recent Gallup poll found that although capitalism does remain more favourable among Americans than socialism, that gap
It's really flatlined for that long. It's just capitalism going down faster than socialism. Oh, okay. Huh.
is narrowing. Today,
God, it's such a meaningless question unless you ask them what each of these systems mean. Because in America, how many people think socialism is just like free healthcare? Fuck knows. Who knows? Wait.
4% favoured it over socialism compared to 60% in 2021. The image of socialism, however, has remained steady. Billionaire Peter Thiel appears to have foreshadowed this trend back in 2020. An email he sent to Meta executives has gone viral again, warning corporate America that while socialism may not be the answer, young people are fed up with crony capitalism. On this episode of Counterpoints, we'll ask, has capitalism failed today's youth? Is this a worrying development? And we throw our panel a curveball and ask, should billionaires even exist? Well, joining us for this program is Fiona Lally, a political activist who is a member of the British Revolutionary Communist Party. And also on our panel is Charlie Mullins, an entrepreneur and businessman who founded and was the CEO of Pimlico Plumbers. We appreciate both of you here on Counterpoints. Thank you so much for joining us. Well, an email from billionaire venture capitalist Peter Thiel, the one he wrote back in 2020, is doing the rounds again. He wrote what now seems to be quite a prolific email to Facebook execs, urging them to take young people's attraction to socialism seriously. He said, and I quote, "When 70% of millennials say they're pro-socialist, we need to do better than simply dismiss them by saying they're stupid and entitled or brainwashed. We should try and understand why." Charlie, this was back in 2020. Is it that
It's fucking Rod Stewart. What's going on?
young people want socialism, or are they just becoming more and more jaded by capitalism?
Well, I actually think that they actually want it more, the socialism. I think the fact that, they've had probably a fairly luxurious life, a sport life, an entitled life. Not all of them, of course, but I think the fact that they don't need to work so much, they're less inclined to sort of support the capitalism. And I feel that they've just become into a sort of area where they feel that it's unnecessary. They just go with the flow. They're being given too many handouts, being given too much help. And, in a way, I think they're playing the victim. I know this is not what this Peter Thiel thinks or doesn't want us to be saying, but I honestly feel it's to do with that. And I think technology hasn't helped it. I think that's made it so much simpler for them to go that route and not go the route of becoming a business person or creating sort of more work and creating more wealth. So that's my take on it.
Okay. Fiona, what's your take? Is it that young people have had too many handouts, they've had it easy? Technology has made life easy for us, and maybe now they're being attracted to socialism, whereas perhaps capitalism is what got them the good life, as Charlie describes it.
Yeah. To be honest, I almost don't even feel the need to make an argument based on what Charlie just said, because I think it really represents just how out of touch the ruling class and much of the establishment and millionaires are with young people today, and not only their lives, but also the mood that exists amongst young people. I mean, this is the first generation that is going to be worse off than their parents. Young people are saddled with debt by the time they get into their mid-20s. The thought of buying a house is a far-off dream for so many people. Lots of young people are putting off and not even considering having kids because of the cost of living crisis. I mean, it's just extraordinary to suggest that young people are looking towards socialism just because they're living a life of luxury. In fact, it's the opposite. It's the fact that capitalism has produced so much inequality in their own lives here in the West, but also around the world through war and genocide and imperialism. That's making young people think this system is sick and I want an alternative. And so many of them are looking to socialism, and even beyond socialism, they're looking to communism and communist ideas because they want something fundamentally different than what capitalism has to offer.
Out of interest, I wonder if sorry, just one more of these little things, and we'll carry on with the capitalism debate. Okay. I didn't realize this was up on LSF as well. There's a lot of discourse around it. 5,000 likes, 1,500 comments. Oh my God. What happens on this forum right now? Dude is repeating Nazi talking points. He's been doing that for years. PR firm. Poll 2015. I'll Google it. Allegedly, there were people of Jewish ancestry that served. They weren't considered full Jewish, and when the policy started ramping up, a lot of them were discharged and sent to the camps, according to Google anyway. Serving in the army is the same as being part of the command structure. They know. I think the internet knows. I've kind of noticed that these days, like it's similar to the dog collar thing, isn't it? Like a lot of these people these Hassan fucking attack dogs have been a little bit disempowered, I guess, because it just feels like it feels like they are normally on Reddit, they would have like a pretty big presence, but I've noticed that even for like a little a little pup like me, it doesn't actually feel that isolated anymore. I don't know why. They don't hold power on LSF anymore. Yeah, because I know that Hassan used to literally get his chat to fucking brigade LSF threads, but I guess he gave up now. Black people fought for the Confederates during the Civil War. There sure as hell weren't any in the Confederate command structure. Were there? I don't actually know. Half Jews and quarter Jews. Yeah, this is like the odd, however many thousand, tens of thousands, hundred and something thousand, who had their exemptions made for them, for the army, not for the government. Saying there were Jews in the NSDAP government is outright insane. See, I feel like I don't even need to push this is all like before I've said anything as well. I feel like the internet just kind of does the job for me now. It's weird. It's a weird feeling. I'm used to just kind of getting... I'm used to just having this mob just completely fucking nuke me on the internet in terms of numbers or whatever, and then I'm not really having much of a defense, but shit. This is about the civil service. April 7th. Working for the government does not equal command structure. I think it's the same as the shot caller as well. Like there's this usual crowd of suspects. Like there's this usual group that will just try to mangle reality in front of everyone's faces and hope that they can get something out of it. But they're just like in an increasing minority now, or like they not even that they're a minority, but they're just like there's a lot more pushback against them than I'd be used to seeing. Part of the Nazi government command structure. Like they're actually like this is what I imagine normal people would do, is like they actually listen to the words that are said, whereas everyone else is conveniently ignoring it. Okay. Damn. LSF, eh? Maybe I'll take an interest in this forum now. This Reddit sucks. Oh no. Subreddit. I'm so sorry. Do you think collaboration is being the same as being in the government command structure? Well, LSF low-key 4chan material. I don't think this claim in particular is 4chan. What? The 4chaners are the ones who like to, because again, there's like a common interest, right? The people on 4chan would like to, they have an interest in exaggerating the Jewish presence in Nazi decision making because they like the conspiracies, right? They like the idea that Jews actually were responsible for like the crimes that the Nazis committed. Whereas the people on the far left side have a slightly more opaque interest in, I guess, just making it seem like the Nazis were quite similar to parties that they consider fascist today. And that usually means either exaggerating what the parties do today or downplaying what the Nazis do. Fucking Jewish ghetto police, man, that's crazy. That's insane. Anyway.
Them because it's offering them nothing and definitely not a future.
Charlie, jump in here. What do you make of that?
I think it's very rude of what she said that I'm out of touch. I run a plumbing empire, which I sold to the
fucking accent. Oh my god, the hair as well.
Americans for 150 mil. I've started up a new business called
I think that makes you out of touch.
No, just listen to me, bear me out, and you're telling me I'm out of touch. You know, what we need to do is encourage more people into the workplace, encourage more people to create wealth, and everybody benefits from it. But unfortunately, we've made life too simple for many people. But for you to say that, honestly, I mean, in the UK, that would be laughable to say that to somebody like me. I mean, it's like, you know, what the child that I come from was from nothing. And, you know, I've done very well, fortunately, in my life. And a lot of people have benefited by me doing well. And I think you'll find that the more people that become like into capitalism will help to create more people to come away from the socialism.
Why am I watching this? Why did someone recommend this video to me? Is this just like your standard dipshit, like capitalist socialist debate, or this better be good? It's only 7 minutes
Side of it. But I know you're nodding your head, and you know we can disagree politely, but one of us is wrong, and it's not me.
Oh, fuck.
I think when 8 people own as much wealth as half of the whole planet, of half of the world, it's ridiculous to suggest that you can just work a bit harder in the system and make it somewhere.
Dan and Mr. Moon were talking about how you keep going viral on LSF. Or are they trying to are they trying to get some of it? Well, I think it's 90% because of Spider, and I guess the rest of it is because of whoever that other person is.
Where the system is fundamentally rigged against the working class in particular. You might have had one individual journey, and maybe you think you're very special and very unique as a product of that. But the majority of people today, their lives are getting harder. Inequality is growing. The gap between the rich and the poor is the highest it has ever been. And that, by the way, is what produces all of this extraordinary wealth. First of all, it's workers themselves that produce the wealth in society, but it's the capitalists at the top that hoard that wealth for themselves. That's why you're selling companies for 150 million pounds or whatever it is you just said, right? That doesn't then sprinkle down to other ordinary people. Actually, people's conditions are getting harder. And I think for a lot of young people, they don't buy into this idea that, yeah, if I just keep going, things will be easier. To buy a house, I'm going to have to pay on average 6 times more than my parents did to buy a house. Where am I going to get that money from? It's not coming from massive increases in wages. I'm spending most of my money actually on rent in order to live in London. You don't live in London, I think, as you've already said so.
Well,
so how are young people supposed to get?
I still respect where I live, but you said the houses are 6 times more, but they're probably earning 8 times more. And to say that you can't buy an house now, there's many people, young people.
I don't know why anyone recommended. I think someone recommended this to me because they're not British and they think these accents are funny enough that it carries the entire conversation. Sorry, that's not going to work for. That's not going to work for a local. Sorry, I'm an authentic British hobbit. You cannot do that to me. Stop. The fuck. That was a bad recommendation. I'm sorry. Putting whoever gave me that on a step. She has a good accent. Well, she sounds like she's just talking the Queens, isn't she? Watch Segovia. No. Right, where is the thing? I want to hear about the mansions. Tell me about the mansions. These guys upload so many videos.
The answers, but I am a bit cross about the tax on houses that might be over 2 million. I mean, is it definitely going to be over 2 million?
Yeah.
Do we know that yet?
Yeah. Well, I mean, as much as we know anything. Do you know, once if a chancellor had to resign just a few decades ago, if any details got leaked to the media before the actual budget day, by the time Rachel Reeves stands up tomorrow, they're going to have released the full details twice, retracted them, and then released the new version again. But anyway, we digress. It looks almost certain that 2 million quid will be the threshold.
Okay, which in some areas is actually not that expensive. So you might have a house somewhere worth 2 million. Up north, the same house would be worth, say, 1 million. So that, and you might work for a company that pay the same wherever you live. So there's that. And then also, I know
that doesn't
this is
really work because if you're going to buy the best house you can afford wherever you are. So if you're living in the north parts of the not everybody, but almost everybody buys the best house they can afford. Same with most of their purchases. You buy the best thing you can afford, and therefore, if you're living in the northeast, you're going to have a way bigger house for your £2 million than you are if you're living in Putney.
Well, what about this? And what if you can't afford to move, but all you've done all your whole life is you've extended and renovated?
Well, how come you can't afford to move?
Because, so my husband is a plumber, my son's an electrician, so we do our own work, and we work really hard. And
is your house worth over £2 million?
No, not at the moment.
Okay.
But
it might be one day. If you carry on building these extensions, it might be one day.
But it's lovely. But my sons as well, my husband at the moment is just building a little extension on my son's one-bedroom house to give him 2 bedrooms because they can't afford to move. But the other thing I wanted to say was about, I know this is controversial, but poll tax in the day. Yeah. I had lots of friends that their children went to court because they couldn't afford it. But that is fair because you might have a £2 million house with one person in it, and you might have a £1,999,000 with 6 people living in it. Yeah. But they're all having the same, they're not taking, they're rubbish.
This isn't really working, is it?
What's not working? Me on the radio?
Yeah.
Or,
I mean, you're casting around a lot. We're now talking about the poll tax, which hasn't really existed since the 1980s.
No, I know, but
tell me.
What if you have nothing but a £2 million house? Downsize. If you can't handle the heat, get out of the kitchen or the house. Just downsize. Cuck.
Why? Tell me why it would not be fair for someone who can afford to live in a £2.5 million house to pay £4,500 a year in tax because they can and they can be compelled to do so.
Okay, so what if you are a couple that have got a £2 million house, you have a child, pass away, and your child inherits the house, but they are just, whatever.
And then you put a charge on. Then you put a charge on it, so no one takes any money at all until the house is sold.
Be right back. I mean, does that mean I've got enough to level with? I think he's, I think he's he's lost control. With my fucking taxpayers' bees. Okay. With my fucking taxpayers' bees. Oh no.
Look, I will be very honest here. I saw Mina fighting with you. I thought you were some unhinged retard, but you were very reasonable.
This is the Islamic trans takeover. Okay. Okay. Oh god, right in the fucking nose. Okay. Wait, these are guys, okay. Don't care about this. Don't care about watching a high testosterone smack. Wait. How do they compare? Hang on. That much stronger.
It's just, I think it's unfair on people that do work hard, have nice houses.
Hey,
and
news flash. Most people who work hard do not live in houses worth more than £2 million. The percentage of people living in houses worth that kind of money is infinitesimal. And some of them don't work at all. But there are millions of people in this country.
What's the barriers to building more houses in the UK? I think it's a combination of maybe one of the arguments is that we have an old school planning system and a lot of red tape that is not necessary anymore. I don't know the details of that though. It's just what I hear people saying. I don't know if NIMBYism ever really gets talked about in the UK. And obviously, as far as social housing and government spending goes, we have 2 massive taboos economically in the UK for a government to do. One is raising income tax, and the other is borrowing money. So they will avoid both of those like the fucking plague But the problem with that is you can't do cool stuff.
Who work every hour God sends, who could not dream of ever living in a house worth that much.
I know that, but I do think there needs to be a different way. I honestly don't think that doing that is it's going to ruin everything. It's going to make house prices won't move because people won't move.
That's good, isn't it? That makes everything more affordable.
You think so?
I don't know. I mean, usually the reason why young people can't get on the property ladder is because everything's too expensive.
It is, and in this area, I mean, my poor son and his girlfriend, their little tiny one-bed house.
If I forced you to give me in a sentence the reason why you don't like this, what would you say? Because at the moment, honestly, I don't really know.
I don't like the fact that it might affect people that are living in a house that they've had their whole lives.
Well, I've got one of those. I've got one of those, and I do honestly think that the comeback to that is the charge. So here you go. Fiona is exactly the person of whom you speak. We bought our house in 1976 for £30,000. It's now worth £1.5 million. So you wouldn't actually be affected, but let's pretend it's worth £2.5 million. However, I'm a pensioner. I don't have a big pension. The cost of downsizing is prohibitive. It's not, of course, but I mean, I take your point. Unless you've remortgaged to the point where you'd have to give the majority of that £1.5 million back to the bank. I live in Essex on the Central Line. I can't afford to pay what sounds like a huge amount of tax. When I die, my kids will have a huge inheritance tax on the house. Not if you're not in it anymore. And I don't really...
Oh, no. Our own fucking sub has it as well. But it's one Lornerbox is wrong comment, and they're naming, the other, again, it's fucking military people. Fuck, big ratio, though. Oh, no. Wikipedia... Man, why is that such a fucking contentious conversation? I don't understand. It's so clear that I wasn't talking about like collaborators or non-government. I don't know. Whatever. People are mental. Is everyone just really proud of themselves for having remembered the fucking capos? I don't know. Whatever.
You see how the charge of £4,500 a year for all the years that you're in a really expensive house but you can't afford to pay can be argued with. And I'll tell you what, let's be even kinder. Let's take the charge off before inheritance tax is applied. And I mean, can't afford to downsize. Don't want to downsize, but can't afford to downsize. But listen, Tracy speaks for a lot of people, as indeed does Fiona, neither of whom are actually affected by it. That's the beauty of right-wing approaches to tax, is that you just persuade people that they could be on the hook for this one day, and therefore they should oppose it.
I think the budget is deliberately going to...
Good morning, Short Fat Otaku. If I'm in your time zone.
Create more division between people, because people who are the super rich, they have funds spread in multitude of...
And Prob's retarded, but throughout history, military generals are seen as government operatives. You can work for, like, obviously they worked at the behest of the government, but that doesn't put them at the government command structure. And you can tell because their fate was decided by people in the government. They didn't decide their fate. They literally lied about their identity so they could get around the government's rules. And then when some of them were caught, they were generally purged or they were kept in as a pragmatic move by the Nazis literally ignoring their own laws or sidestepping them. Man, it's so fucking cringe. Ooh! What a crash out. Use the post office as the example. What, like, you're a postie? Are you the government command structure? The Nazis had Jewish posties. It would have, so in my head, I'm thinking it would have been better if this clip that Stardust used had the context of it being the Reform chairman. But then I remember it wouldn't make a difference because all these people are fucking lying. They're just lying. They're lying through their fucking teeth. They're pretending to believe a use of language that they don't actually believe. How often did we do this with Israel? When people talk about the genocide quotes, right? We were like, well, these quotes came from the government versus these quotes came from the IDF. We acknowledge that the government and the military are different bodies. that the military takes direction from the government. That they take broad direction from the government. Fuck me, man.
Scenarios that we don't even know about.
Yeah, but if they've got a mansion, they'll be on the hook for this. I appreciate offshore trusts and ways of dodging things. These exist. But anyone who can be compelled, are you really going to go to the trouble of setting up an offshore trust to save yourself $5,000 a year on a property tax?
The problem is there might be people who live in. Cause am I right in thinking it's the free top bands where they're going to increase this mansion tax?
That's what it looks like at the moment.
Yeah, but just because somebody lives in band F or G, that doesn't mean they might have not a great deal of money in the bank. So they're still not based on ability to pay in deliberately liberal.
No, they're doing it on the most visible, the most easily visible asset.
Which is, yes. So
which is your house, which is your home. So this is where I demand that you come up with a better idea.
I think it should be based on ability to pay, because the problem is at the moment...
If you've got a £2 and a bit million house, you can pay. And if you can't pay today, you can pay tomorrow, because I'll stick a charge on it, and when the house is sold, we'll take the money that we're owed.
But is it still going to be based on the amount of people in the house?
No.
And this is the unfair
It's
thing.
the value of the house. It's not unfair.
Yeah,
it's the fairest thing they could possibly come up with, except an income tax rise. And they won't do that because they're terrified of... Well, they've made a manifesto pledge not to, and they're terrified of what will happen to them if they break it. So come up with a better idea. Come up with a better idea.
I think there should be a local tax based... It should be based on the ability to pay and how much money people have in the bank. Because there might be people...
So that's a
live in
tax on
property for years.
savings. That's a tax on savings.
But if people have... I mean, there are some people who have...
They're doing tax on... I mean, they're changing pension rules to raise a bit of quids. So they're already doing that. You need to replace the 400 million, which they probably won't raise anyway, but are going to try to, but by introducing this. I mean, what else is there? If not property. Also, if you introduce your rule, then I'm just going to buy a bigger house tomorrow with all the money that I've currently got in the bank.
The problem is the top band of tax is 40%. Am I correct in thinking that?
No, it's 45.
Oh, it's 45. So if someone is on a huge gargantuan salary, they're still paying less than, say, someone on £100,000.
Yeah, but we've already said we can't do... They're not going to do income tax. They've been scared off doing income tax. I'd do income tax. You're objecting to the mansion tax. I don't really understand why.
I object to it in the sense that people who are just above the band in, say, F, they might be affluent, but they're not super rich.
They live in a £2 and a bit million house. You're in Richmond, Barry. I presume not Richmond in Yorkshire.
No, yeah, but my flat's not worth...
No, I know yours isn't. You're sticking up for people who somehow...
I'm not sticking... No,
well, you are. If you're living in a £2.5 million house and you can't find £4.5 a year, then you really should just move.
I've never voted Conservative, actually.
I'm not talking about your politics. I'm not talking about your house. I'm just pointing out that we have this mythical idea that there are people living in £2.5 million houses who are being held hostage. Arnold Schwarzenegger's out the back door with an Uzi saying, "You cannot..."
Arnold, what? The way you pronounce that. Okay.
Leave this house. If you can't find £4.5 a year and you're living in a house that is in the top tiny % of the entire country, then move.
Yeah, I mean,
I would. You would.
I think the way things are going in this country, and I think it's symptomatic of what's going on.
No, I'm not having that. You can't just go back to your comforting phrases like division and symptomatic. What would you do differently? And if not them, then who?
You mentioned about, people raking up leaves, working in the coal, whether it's roofers, road workers, etc., and stuff like that. So I actually fit into that category. I come from a council house. My wife comes from a council house as well. And we've worked since the age of 16 extremely hard, 6 days a week, to provide for our family. We also live in a house that's well over £2 million. And obviously this mansion tax is a huge worry for us because obviously we put all of our money and savings, etc., renovations and so on into this property that we'd like to hand down to our children. And at the same time, I think it's a little bit unfair that we're going to be taxed on something. One, I've paid a huge amount of tax in as I've gone along, and two, I've come from nothing. So it's not as if I'm sitting around doing not working hard, not out on the street, etc. and stuff like that.
It's not as if I'm sitting around doing anything. Oh, misspeak. Huge misspeak. Terrible.
That. So,
Ninja, thanks for the $14.99 Australian. I really appreciate that.
Just as I say, I mean, that's where I feel it's a little bit unfair.
I don't really understand which bit of your biography you think would
Remember, we got 4 more super chats for the goal, you guys. 4 more. That's so much to ask. Retards, I'm joking.
Should exclude you from this tax.
Well, the fact that why should I be penalised for work? So what does it say to someone who so if you want to achieve things in life, what does it say to someone that if you get to a certain point you have to pay more tax
Well, you already do. We already live in that society. That's what tax thresholds do on income tax.
Live in a what?
And I get that, and I think they should be putting up income tax. I think they should be keeping an eye on what they spend on welfare. You know, keeping an eye on how much, if are people actually entitled to mobility cards, etc., and stuff like that, rather than just wasting money. I know we're going a little bit off piece here, but
we are and we're not, because you don't arrive at opinions like that by accident. You could turn on the laziest phone-in host in the world and he'll be talking about motability and benefits, and people like you in your £2.5 million house will be thinking, yeah, why don't we go after that person there, that disabled person with a car? Why are you coming after me in my £2.5 million house? So it isn't off-piste, is it? It's very, very relevant to this conversation, because that's what you've ended up believing.
But at the end of the day, what you should be doing as well, they should be doing checks to see if everyone actually needs all of this as well.
Yeah, absolutely. We shouldn't be talking about people in £2.5 million houses paying a few grand a year. We should be talking about disabled people in cars.
So, but what I'm saying to you, when
I know what you're saying to me. I'm listening to every word, Rob.
But what I'm saying is, when I started off, I was in the council house, and I've tried.
And if you were still there, you wouldn't have to pay a mansion tax. But you're not. So what?
But that makes all you're doing is just is completely one-sided.
What do you mean it's completely one-sided? I'm going to get hit with it. I'm going to get hit with it as well. We're on the same side. We're both going to be able to do our patriotic duty and plug some of the holes caused by ludicrous political decisions over the last 14 years.
Absolutely, but at the same time, the government needs to turn around and say, right, well, where can we save money?
Let's go after more disabled people.
No, it's not. So again, that's
the one you came up with, Rob. That's the one you reached for first,
mate. No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that you need to be more careful. You need to be more.
Well, I've got good news for you. BMW and Audi cars are going to be removed from the car scheme for disabled.
Absolutely, because I was with someone at the weekend and they said that the amount of money that is wasted on these is just astronomical.
Yeah, but it's the same amount of money, regardless of whether you drive a tiny car or a big car. It's the allowance that you get that you choose to put towards whatever car you want. So how is that wasted?
Putting up mansion tax, how much is that going to raise? It's going to probably
about
raise
400 million,
maybe.
Yeah, that's what they hope.
Million. Whereas I'd rather pay a little bit more tax and it be distributed correctly.
But not to disabled people with cars, though.
Sorry?
Not to disabled people with cars.
No, I'd rather it be if they need it, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So why do you think that story in the last 6 months has become so big, Rob?
Because
12 months ago, you never gave it a second thought. What do you think has happened in the last 6 months that has made a nice bloke with regards to the motability scheme? It's made a nice bloke like you think that the reason why I shouldn't have to pay a mansion tax is all these disabled people driving around in cars that they don't deserve. How do you think that happened, mate?
It's not just that.
That's the first thing you raised when you rang this programme.
If you let me speak for 1 second.
If you answer the question that I've asked, how do you think that happened?
With regards to, because obviously it's been publicly made, people are being made aware of it.
By whom?
More often. By everyone.
No, not by everyone. By whom?
It's common knowledge that there's a lot of people on benefits.
Wasn't talked about 12 months ago. What has happened? Why is it the first thing you reach for? Robin Rickmansworth, looking for reasons why he shouldn't pay tax on his £2.5 million house, is talking about disabled people in motability vehicles. How has that happened?
You've missed the point completely.
Of course I have, Rob.
You've missed the point completely.
Well, remind me what it is.
What I was saying to you was that...
God, there are so many channels in this Discord server. Not my own. All right.
When I started working, we had nothing. We've worked extremely hard.
I heard all that. Okay? That's not a point. That's a biography. I'll wait for it to be published.
Why should we be penalised?
Why should I be penalised?
Why should we be penalised when the
disabled people are driving around in cars
isn't being utilised correctly?
Oh, that's a different. No, that's not what you're saying. You're saying you shouldn't pay it because you've worked hard and you grew up in a council house. And I'm saying, what's that got to do with the price of eggs?
I'm saying the money, the tax as well. Okay,
what's that going to do with the price of eggs? Fuck me, man. English people are so funny.
No problem in paying more income tax. No problem at all. I think that's the way it should be done. More income tax, clever spending on welfare, cut the welfare slightly.
Which bits, mate?
Sorry?
Which bits?
Which bits?
Again, it's not. I'm not down to that to make that. And I know you're going to say, well, you made that accusation, but at the same time, I just think it needs to be.
I know you do. I know you do, and you're not alone. And loads of people think that they shouldn't be paying.
£2.5 million home. Folded hands emoji.
Hell yeah! Thanks for the 27.99 Canadian. Appreciate it.
Paying more tax, and fair play to you for thinking you should be paying more income tax, but that goes on welfare as well, and that goes on motability. And with the greatest of respect, if I was having a phone in about whether or not you should pay more income tax, You might be ringing me to tell me that you'd happily pay a mansion tax, but you don't think you should be paying more income tax. We've got no way of pinning that down. But listen,
if a flat in London costs more than 2 million, is that mansion? I feel like why they use the word mansion tax instead of, is it just because they want people to be reassured that property tax, even if it's above 2 million, won't include them? Like,
to yourself, and I say this with love. The idea that the financial plight of this country is caused by people in mobility vehicles, people on universal credit, or asylum seekers in hotels is absolutely ridiculous. But it has been very deliberately, very carefully, and very successfully seeded in the minds of perfectly decent people like you. And it goes hand in hand. The reason why the rhetoric is so attractive is because we think it lets us off the hook. We somehow think that it will make us better off to resist these kind of ideas, but it doesn't. It really doesn't make us better. The only thing that makes us better off is a proper redistribution of wealth.
To the loner mansion tax.
Thanks so much. That's a real redistribution of the wealth that helps society. Thank you so much. Appreciate it, Touch Gordon, and Barbas, and Dense Pixel. Thank you. Now, would you believe that that was a good goal, but there's another one. One goes in, the other one comes out. Jordan, thanks for the gifted sub. And Tim, thanks for the $5. Really appreciate it.
And that involves going after the people who own the newspapers and who buy the television stations and who punt the rhetoric that has got you complaining about the Motability scheme in the context of a conversation about paying $2 or $3 grand a year for the privilege of living in one of the most expensive houses in the country. And that's the end of my TED talk.
In it, simple as. Cheapest chips. What's that got to do with the price of eggs? Fucking hell, man. I'm okay with a mansion tax. Fuck it. Do it. Should have been bigger. Should have gone down to £1 million homes. Absolutely shag the shit out of them, please. Don't even care if it helps. It will, but if it doesn't, just do it anyway. How much is your house worth? Well, I don't own a house. I am not part of the landed gentry. I do not own property. I mean, I own a toothbrush, but I own a lot of stuff. I do own a lot of pounds worth of stuff. Fuck, I should do Black Friday, shouldn't I? Should do my Black Friday shopping. Shit. What? Hassan uses his shot collar and trigonometry. Sad. Okay. Let's see. I'm going to buy a house. Well, maybe I'll put a super chat goal up. Okay. Let's get my streak going. Keep this streak on the go. Let me hide chat. And we're going to absolutely feed the kill streak. All right. Music, routers, torrent, internet terms, swelling sea, water terms, files, hurdle, desktop, outpouring, grands, avalanche, drills, saws, documents, confections, downloads, tidal wave. Well, it's not files, but these are files. Music, desktop, documents, downloads. I don't think there's actually a thing called files, is there? It might not be desktop. No, it is. Because what else is desktop going to go under? What else? What would files go then? Where would files go? Saws. File, saw, drill. It's tools. Okay, good. Good. Okay. An outpouring, an avalanche, a tidal wave, and a torrent. So it's not swelling sea. Not sure about grands, files, confections. That's right. Oh, files would be drills and saws, right? So files, drills, saws. Dude, what the fuck is a grand or a hurdle or a confection? Swelling sea. What the fuck? I don't know what any of that means. It's definitely tools, but I don't know. Huh. Is it like horses? Grands, hurdle? Confections. Must be this, right? What the fuck is a grand? Grands. I think this is a sleight of hand going on here. I don't trust it. Wait, it's plurals though. It must be one of these. Okay. Not bad, not bad, not bad. We got the streak. We're streaking out. Wait. Excuse me. What did that say? Rhymes for New York Times. Nice one. Spelling bee. Wordle. Strands. Connection. Ah. Very clever, very clever. Whoever made that puzzle. Damn. Okay. Very good. Why don't you have merch? This thing is weird. Ugh. Only one connections. Well, I'm trying to keep my streak. And if I want to do stuff like for breaks when I'm working off stream, then I'll just do one of the archive ones. Hopefully that doesn't fuck the streak though. Speedy Taco, thanks for the tier 1 sub. My girlfriend drew something for you in suggestions. Okay. What did you draw? I don't see anything drawn in suggestions. What, this? Is this Trump and Mamdani? We found love in a hopeless place. Okay. Nice. Okay. Let's look at this suspect who shot the National Guard soldiers. Oh dear, that's big news.
Let's turn to Washington because the FBI has confirmed.
For those of you who don't know, you know, you in DC, there are National Guard soldiers there. They shouldn't really be there. Trump put them there as a political move and a way to intimidate his opponents. They can't arrest people. They can't actually deal with the crime or anything like that. They're just kind of there, wandering around, confused, not knowing what to do. Well, in parallel to that happening, an Afghan who was on the side of the government when America was there claimed asylum in the United States. He made his claim in 2024. His claim was accepted in April of this year under the Trump administration. And then he went out into DC with a plan, it seems, to go and fire on National Guard soldiers. Critically wounding two. Two of them are in critical condition since I last checked.
It's investigating the shooting of 2 National Guard soldiers near the White House as an act of terror. 20-year-old Sarah Beckstrom and 24-year-old Andrew Wolf are in a critical condition after undergoing surgery. The alleged gunman is from Afghanistan and is believed to have entered the US in 2021. Well, the FBI director has been speaking in the last half an hour and gave this update.
There is confirmation now that the subject had a relationship in Afghanistan with partner forces. We are fully investigating that aspect of his background as well, to include any known associates that are either overseas or here in the United States of America. That is what a broad-based international terrorism investigation looks like. We will provide continuous details to the American public while at the same time not jeopardizing the ongoing prosecution to ultimately hold this perpetrator accountable in our courts of law.
Well, that was Kash Patel. Let's speak to our North America correspondent, Nomia Iqbal, who was listening to that, and tell us a little more about some of the detail that emerged from that news conference.
Well,
yes, I think it was a couple of days ago, wasn't it? There were rumors that Trump was maybe going to fire Kash Patel. I really don't know why this story got so little attention. Where someone sued the FBI for violating standards on what you're allowed to do and what you're not allowed to do when it comes to new employees. And they had, in that lawsuit, they had shown part of the process of hiring a new staffer. And they were subjecting the people to literal loyalty tests, like not de facto, not subtle even. I don't know if you guys remember this, but it was basically what they did was they would have this questionnaire, you know? So they'd ask people simple questions to start with, like, what are the biggest security threats facing the United States? And they might answer, oh, I don't know, terrorism, cyber attacks, Russia, China. And then the next question would be, what can we do to improve the FBI? And they can give their little lists. And then question 3, who did you vote for? And I think it was like question 5, when did you start supporting President Trump? Have you voted for a Democrat in the last 5 elections? This did not get enough attention, did it? The fact that, because the reason it's supposed to be such a faux pas and why it's generally considered populist brain rot for people to talk about 3-letter agencies with a inherent distrust and to say like everything they say is bullshit or that's the establishment is because these agencies are usually subject to laws and checks and balances, and they are supposed to uphold a level of partiality or impartiality. But when you've got America, like the leader of the free world and shit, having a loyalty test to join the FBI, it makes everything they do just come into question. It's such a ridiculous thing to do. It's such an authoritarian, fucking fascist thing to do, especially to do in a country that's supposed to be democratic, like a constitutional democracy. It's mental. But the amount of attention that went on this was minimal. Like, I feel like no one knows about this. It's obviously illegal, and let alone the question of how unethical it is. Huh. But yeah, that's your FBI. So, Kash Patel, let's go.
You mentioned there, we know the details of the 2 National Guard troops that were ambushed, and that is how the Department of Homeland Security is describing it. It happened just behind me, Matthew, just near the bus stop, near Farragut West Metro Station. This is a really popular spot. I often exit at this station to go to work. It's about 2 blocks north of the White House, so just a few minutes walk. They are 20-year-old Sarah Backstrom and 24-year-old Andrew Wolf from West Virginia. They are in critical condition. It is Thanksgiving Day, the most important, arguably, national holiday for families. We understand the families are with them in hospital. We've got more details on the man that is said to have shot them, 29-year-old Ramanullah Lakwal. He is an Afghan national. Just to look at more of the details that we got from the press conference, he came from Washington State. That is on the other side of the US, on the West Coast. They say that he drove here to carry out this attack. They've executed many search warrants this morning on his house, spoken to everybody in the house about what his motivations were. We still don't know that for sure. He is in hospital. He was shot 4 times by police yesterday. But in the wake of this horrific shooting, as you can imagine, this has become a hugely political story where the focus is on how he got here into the country. He was welcomed under a program introduced by the Biden administration in the wake of that chaotic withdrawal of US troops in Afghanistan. And this program was to help those Afghans that worked alongside US troops and to save them from any retribution by the Taliban. And so the Trump administration has focused on that because this program was controversial even at the time, where many Republicans were worried about the vetting process. And now there's an element of, well, we told you so, coming from those conservatives. But then on the other side, you've got prominent liberals saying, well, the National Guard troops shouldn't have been here. They've been here since August. You see them here all the time. They're really
They were asking for, oh no, don't say it. That's a joke, obviously. Fucking hell. It's just a fact that they didn't have to be there though. That's just a fact. I don't know if this Afghan guy would have gone and shot someone else, or maybe even found the same guys somewhere and shot them there. But no, yeah, the National Guard did not need to be in DC. They didn't need to be there. It was completely unnecessary.
Very approachable. I've stopped and had conversations with them, spoke to some yesterday who said they were very shaken up by what had happened, but they were here to do their job. President Trump says they're here to tackle crime. Liberals and Democrats are saying there is no crime in DC that warrants the deployment of National Guard troops. That crime, the statistics show, has been going down since before they came in August. So what you have in the wake of this horrific shooting is these divisive politics, but at the heart of it, ultimately what you have are two very young people in a critical state in hospital on Thanksgiving Day. So we wait to get updates on them, but also on the suspect as well. And it's worth mentioning that the US Attorney Jeanine Pirro said that if one of those National Guard troops passes, then the suspect is looking at a charge of murder one, and Pam Bondi, the Attorney General, said yesterday they would be seeking the death penalty.
Naomi Iqbal, live for us there in Washington. Thanks very much.
Yo, let's go. As you can expect, the discourse is completely fucking shafted. It's the discourse on this is like, man, Tim Pool is such a Timofey Pulyanov is such a disgusting fucking baldy beanie bunker piece of shit, Kremlin funded to the tune of millions, in case everyone forgot. Being angry at these lying MAGA freaks, this is Pisco, by the way, friend of the show. Being angry at these lying MAGA freaks is the correct response. Do not give them 1 inch. Increase your opposition to their deceptions and delusions. Ridicule them relentlessly. He's on the side of the shooter. Tim. He's such a gross piece of shit. It's that whole thing again. This is what the future will be. The next 24, 48 hours, next week, it's going to be all the Democrats all condemning the shooter. Everyone saying this is a bad thing. Some people saying that Trump shouldn't have deployed the National Guard there, by the by, and Republicans thinking that Democrats support violence against them so they can use that fabrication to justify the violence that they've always wanted to carry out against Democrats. That's it. Tim Pool's been saying civil war for 5 years, but now he's going to say, well, now if you're going to talk like this, I've got no choice but the civil war. It's like, you always wanted to do a civil war, you fucking retard. There's nothing that Democrats can do to control MAGA behavior. There's nothing Democrats can do to calm them down. You understand that, right? If anything, they're just showing weakness. Like, it's just so stupid. Fuck me. Yo. Sorry, I just gotta... Whoa. False flag. Well, the interesting thing is that the shooter was on the American side during the war in Afghanistan. So, and that BBC item said that he might have actually worked with the CIA. So we don't actually know his motives. His motives are currently very obscure. Doesn't make sense why he would do it. But Trump has suspended all immigration applications and asylum applications for Afghans in America. So bit of the old collective punishment going on there, based. Epic. Did you see the new ONS report that net migration fell this year by 70%? Remember what I just said about how there's nothing that Democrats can do to appease Republicans because Republicans under MAGA are on a trajectory, and the only thing that is influencing that trajectory is how much they can get pushed back, right? This is not the kind of group that you can say, well, maybe we're giving them too many excuses, or maybe we're being too nice to them, or we're not being nice enough to them, or maybe we are doing things that justifiably makes them afraid, even if their response is an overreaction. So we can, maybe we have our own standards to live by. None of that's the case. Nothing. That's not the case. It's the same thing with immigration. In the UK, there is nothing Keir Starmer can do to immigration that will appease these right-wing fucking psychos. There is nothing that can be done. There's nothing. So net migration in the UK has been a problem largely since the end of COVID, because what happened was Nigel Farage and the Brexiteers of the Conservative Party ran a campaign to leave the European Union, and they would stand in front of pictures of throngs of Syrian refugees and who were not in the UK for the most part, saying this could be us. They're going to come to our shores and take over. And that's why we need to take back control of our borders and leave the EU, even though the EU had a standard called the Dublin Regulations, which meant that if a refugee or an asylum seeker had gone from one EU country to another without claiming asylum, they had to go back to the first one they came from. That you could do that. So if someone in France came to the UK on a small boat because they couldn't get asylum in France, we had a right to send them back to France to say, go get your shit sorted there. Whether that's ethical or not, I don't think it necessarily is, but that was the law. Now that we're out of the European Union, we can't send people back to France on small boats. We haven't affected at all, really, net migration from Asia and North Africa. We've actually increased it because the EU, the purpose of the outcome of leaving the EU was the outcome of us leaving the EU was that we lost EU migrants. Net migration from the EU went into negative. Most of them left, or they just stopped coming, or both. So now the Conservatives were like, oh yeah, wait, we're still like a liberal capitalist democracy and we do need a lot of migration because we have an aging population and people like the National Health Service and they like triple lock on the pensions and everything like that. So the state pays for those. We need to have immigrants to pay for the things that people are voting for. So they introduced their own immigration policies to make up for the losses in the EU. And because they're the Conservative Party and they're fucking idiots and they're really incompetent, is they appeal to places like India and Nigeria with all these new deals and allowances for migrants. And one of the flaws was that these migrants who were coming in to fill gaps in education as student visas or to do with health and social care were allowed to bring several dependents with them, which meant they would pay for the NHS through a surcharge on migrating here on their visa. But they wouldn't pay for a surcharge on education, even though they could come and bring 3 kids and their kids could go to school and not pay for it, right? So net migration on the back of those policies exploded. It went up to like almost 1 million in 2023. We're used to like 300,000. That's our standard usually, or even less. So net migration went really high. And then the people who engineered Brexit, especially Nigel Farage, were the first ones to come and say, look at this immigration, it's absolutely out of hand. And then we had the small boats increasing as well. And he got to go to the fucking cliffs of Dover with his little binoculars and staring at them and screeching at them, talking about military-age men and all this shit. And then you've just got this flurry on the legal and the illegal side against immigration. And now, for the first time in about 15 years, immigration is the top issue in the UK. First time since Brexit, really. Before that, it was like before the Tories came in. So immigration is the top issue now. The problem is that people who are anti-immigration in the UK, if that's their first policy, that's their first order of importance, there's no explanation for that other than them being racist. There's just not. Or xenophobic. There's no explanation for having that as your top issue in the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. It's just mental. So Keir Starmer has introduced a lot of very stringent policies for migration. The minimum income that you can earn on a work visa is significantly increased. The standard of English required is increased. The certain doors open to, for example, social care visas are now closed. Certain doors open to people bringing dependents over with their visas are closed or are tighter. So we've got a lot of new immigrants, new restrictions on migration. The vetting standards for asylum seekers is up. So we do have all these policies that are in place, and the left wing generally don't like them. They think it's too draconian or too strict. Some of them are, I think, not all of them. Some of them make sense. Net migration in the first half of this year is actually lower than people initially estimated. So it's down to 204,000. Now, the Labour government got elected in the summer of 2024. 2024. Changed to around 43k per year as opposed to 26 per year of the last year. Yeah, it was a big increase. I don't know if it was exactly that it depends on which visa. But yeah, 40K plus in the UK is a lot. That's a lot of, that's a high annual earning. That's like, you're pretty comfortable in most parts of the country if you're earning that much. Even 30 is not too bad, so. Anyway. Labour comes in on the second half of 2024, and net migration came down from 900 to 650,000. This year, the current trend seems to suggest it's going to go to less than, I think it's usually higher in the first, maybe not. It's going to go probably less than 450,000. It's almost halved compared to the highest year of the Tories. Huh. Do you honestly still not get the point of saying military-aged men? Oh, I get the point. The point is to fearmonger. Yeah, of course that's the point. What do you mean? No, oh, sorry. I understand what you're saying now. It just clicked, a little light bulb in my head. What it actually means is, yeah, well, there are people who are in need of asylum, and sometimes they struggle to get it in countries that even such as France that are signed to the Refugee Convention, but nonetheless have policies of appeasing right-wingers to the point that migrants often just suffer in Calais for years upon years and get raided by the police and have no future at all, so they take their chances and try something else. But the problem is that the journey across the channel in a small dinghy boat is actually very dangerous. So obviously the system is inherently going to select for people who are fit enough and bold enough to make that journey, which is obviously going to select for men who are young, because women and children are going to have a harder time doing that, and that's why they only make up about 20% of the people on small boats. That's what they actually mean. It's very understandable why you mostly see men coming in these small boats. Is that the point that they're making? Really? No, the point that they're making is to make it seem like 50,000 people a year on small boats who have a lower crime rate than locals, by the fucking way, are an invasion. That's what they're trying to say. They're trying to call it an invasion. That's why they say military-aged men. When a woman gets a dating app, the majority of men on there are military-aged men. We can't take that chance, you know. Potential rapists. You'll never swipe. Is it left or right? You'll never swipe right. Is it right for yes? Whatever. You never say yes to a military-aged man. You should always exercise extreme caution. It isn't to fearmonger. The implication is that these men can 100% fight for their countries, just like the based and tough, cool Ukrainian soldiers. Yes, because like Ukrainian soldiers, the average bloke in fucking Syria who's fleeing the Assad regime definitely has the means and the support and the military and the state military to fight back against their fucking oppressors. You are such a moron. God damn it. I'm going to say it's the fearmonger. I don't know. I'm pretty attached to that. Not really getting around it. They literally defeated the Assad regime. Hello. Whoa. I'm sure every phase of the war was like that. What do you think that men should have an obligation to stay and fight against an oppressive regime regardless of what their means are? You think the men in Afghanistan should be impugned for not wanting to flee? What the fuck is wrong with you, man? What a disgusting thing to say. What about the ones who fled Syria before Idlib was an option, before they could actually go to before HTS were there? Should they have gone to join military organization was fighting the government like early on? Well, like Free Syrian Army or fucking some loose Druze militias. Goofy, fuck. What's this? Are you asking me if I think the literal normal standard that we uphold all men to should be the standard we uphold all men to? That is not the standard that we uphold all men to, you fucking moron. I'm sorry, what? Who do you think you are? You fucking William Wallace. Jesus Christ. I know who you are typing this. I know the person sitting there thinking, yes, we hold all men to the standard that if their country is in turmoil, regardless of whatever position they're in, should stand and fight and die against the brutal regime. Like, you are literally this guy. You are this little fucking pup here, sitting there, being like, sorry, Abdul, why are you not in a fucking cave fighting against the brutal Assad regime? What the fuck? That's you. Excuse me, we hold all men to this standard. No, we fucking don't. Men, like most people, are averse to physical conflict. I hope the next time I hear from you, it's in a fucking orange jumpsuit. Ugh, God. Because you better fucking not have run away. Left a man behind. You stand your ground, okay? And I learned that from that film, Green Street, where Frodo Baggins plays a football hooligan in London. Hell yeah. I expect no less from my blokes, my boys. The fucking boys. Wait. Piers Morgan fighting with Dave Rubin. Nice. Okay. I will fall in love with Piers Morgan for one day if he makes a fool out of Dave Rubin. Let's go.
Net migration in 2024 was nearly 1 million people. To put it in context, you're a country of 340 million people.
No.
We're a country of just under 70 million people. That's a huge burden to put on the infrastructure of our country. We have a lot of Muslims in Britain.
In Birmingham on Monday, Muslims did take matters into their own hands. Some carried weapons.
But inevitably, the more people you
Wait,
have...
what was that in response to? Why would they... Oh, God. Was this before or after the anti-Muslim riots where locals were out in the streets with weapons, fighting with cops and screaming shit about Muslims and trying to burn down fucking asylum facilities? Huh.
From any community, the more issues you're going to have.
If you were Prime Minister, what would you do?
Public tolerance of wokeism is massively collapsing. Sydney Sweeney. What's happened to Sydney Sweeney since that attempt to cancel her? She's only got infinitely more famous. The public in Britain view wokeism has markedly shifted in the last 4 years. Twice as many people now think that wokeism is a slur, not something as a badge of honour. I think we're going to...
are quoting researchers claiming that the fall is largely down to Tory policies introduced at the end of their administration. Not sure what to make of it.
The fall in the first year, 2024, would probably be because they closed the ability for people to bring dependents on student visas, I think, or they restricted it. Yeah, they did make some changes, but Labour have made even more changes recently. So
be playing whack-a-mole.
Also, just because of the fact that there were also migrant waves that were beyond anyone's control. Because in the last 5 years, we have had simultaneous waves of people coming from Hong Kong, from Ukraine, and from Afghanistan. That was 3 events that happened all in a short space of time that served to push the net migration numbers in the UK up. ZJM, thanks for the 5 gifted subs. I really appreciate that. Wow.
With wokeism for a while yet. Mr. Mandani is one of them. He's never done anything really other than he is dynamic, he is charismatic, and he can pull people along. He's a populist wokey, but we know that doesn't work. There's nowhere in the world you can point to where...
We look at fucking Cuba, man. Oh God, are they going to agree on all this shit? Jesus Christ.
Socialism actually can work. I've seen criticism of my show where people say you're the Jerry Springer of political debate because you just want people fighting all the time. It's not true. I don't like it when it becomes too much of a circus.
Piers, you making your money, brother. Go on and make your money, man.
So that's why I bring on Anna Kasparian and Andrew Wilson and Cornell. Okay.
About him that you don't like?
Tommy Robinson. Come on, you and me, one-on-one. There's a reason you don't want to do it, because you know that I will ask tricky questions.
Piers Morgan.
Hey, Ruben.
Here we go. We have 2 interviewers, and I'm going to interview you, although you never know. You could flip it on me at any moment, so we never... anything could happen here.
Last time I was in Miami, I was interviewing a serial killer for a crime documentary. I'm getting a very similar vibe.
Well, as you know...
At any moment, you might try and lunge at me.
I am noted as, like, the serial murderer of interviewers. So, no, I'm glad to see you. Obviously, we've done each other's shows many, many times. Yeah. There's plenty of things we agree on, disagree on. I want to kind of dive in on everything. But first, let's talk about the book for a moment, because it's called Woke is Dead. And I was thinking it's an interesting title at this moment because it seems to me in New York right now, woke has just come back in the most nefarious, almost final form way, the combination of kind of woke and Islamism and communism and all that stuff. And then on the other side of it, Trump has eliminated a lot of woke. So tell me about sort of where the title came from and what do you make of...
Well, it's more an aspiration, if I'm honest. I make the point in the book. I don't actually think it's dead yet. I think we're going to be playing whack-a-mole with wokeism for a while yet. There are a lot of people who haven't got the memo. Mr. Mandani is one of them. But I do think the public tolerance of wokeism is massively collapsing. I mean, look at Sydney Sweeney, right? For example. As we're talking, she gave an interview to GQ. A GQ interviewer.
We'll put her boobs up on B-roll.
Right. Yeah. And the GQ interviewer clearly wanted her to apologise for the jeans ad. And Sydney Sweeney was having none of it. What's happened to Sydney Sweeney since that attempt to cancel her over that ad?
So Sydney Sweeney, I don't know anything about this person, but she released she was in a film that got released, right? So of course she's going to get more attention. Okay.
Only got infinitely more famous and more successful. That's an example of what I mean by woke being dead. 2-3 years ago, she might well have been cancelled. Now,
yeah, it is funny that Pierce says he doesn't like it when stuff gets too spicy or heated or whatever he said, like out of control. You notice that he specifically brings on screaming nutters who have nothing of value to offer in terms of like intellectually. He brings on people who are known to scream over other people, like Cenk and Anna. The only time he ever brings Destiny on is after Destiny says some unhinged shit about Republicans should be afraid or whatever. So. Or making fun of some Republican's death or whatever shit. Damn.
People are standing up going, I've had enough of this. And actually, anybody else who stands up to it, I'm going to support them. Whether it's through buying their albums or going to their movies or whatever. I'm seeing a lot more of that. In England, a survey came out today, actually, reported in the Times of London. And it showed that the way the public in Britain view wokeism has markedly shifted in the last 4 years. So there's twice as many people now think that wokeism is a slur, not something as a badge of honor. Yeah. So it was 24% thought that in 2020. Now it's 48%. Again, you're just seeing a rising tide of the way people view wokeism as now something that's more of a slur than it was something to be proud of being.
What do you make of the Mamdani version of it, that we went from woke, like all the gender nonsense and everyone's racist and all that stuff, which I'm completely with you. We've, the political correctness around that has largely shattered, but that now it has sort of burst forth into what its end game was, which was really socialism or Marxism or whatever, communism, whatever you want to call it.
In a way, you're seeing a battle with the heart and soul of the Democrats, I think, looking at it from the outside. New York is a Democrat city. The only two candidates who could possibly have won that were both Democrats. One's a moderate, Cuomo, and one's obviously progressive, far left, brazen socialist Mamdani. I think a lot of it was a bad choice of candidate on the moderate side. We have the same thing in the UK. That's why Sadiq Khan keeps being elected as mayor of London, because the Conservatives keep putting up absolute doofuses against him. I think you could say the same. I think Cuomo was damaged goods, shouldn't have been the candidate against him on the moderate side. The other winners for the Democrats, interestingly, that night were mainly moderates, not the progressive left. So you're seeing somebody who is dynamic. He's very charismatic. He's very dynamic. He has never run a Welk stall. Are you familiar with Welk stalls?
No,
so
but he's never run anything.
Oh,
So
East
what?
End of London, they sell...
Is Sadiq Khan even all that bad? Well, I'm still yet to hear anyone say anything that he's done. That it's I mean, there was one like fake news claim from a couple of years ago that said he wanted to introduce Sharia law or some shit like to London, but obviously that's fucking bullshit. Like, yeah, Sadiq Khan, I have not seen anything. Nothing. They just say that he's a Muslim. He's Pakistani. But whoa, say no more. I'm about to imagine all kinds of shit with that prompt. That's what they do, right? These right wingers are they know what they're doing. They're very capable. When someone is a right winger and they want to fearmonger, about fucking Sadiq Khan, all they have to do is just say, "Oh, he's a Muslim, and he's from Pakistan, and he's Labour," and then people just shut their eyes and they hear this and they're like, "Oh fuck." And this is actually the Houses of Parliament post Sadiq Khan. That's what they think. This is slightly inaccurate though, because they're probably imagining this building with a fucking trans flag blasted across the front here. Enough said. Sadiq Khan, Muslim, Pakistani, left wing. Say no more. Enough said. Simple as. In it.
Whelks. They're like little cockled eels, right? He's never even...
It's also getting bombed. I'm sorry.
On one of those. It's like a joke we do in England, right? You've not even run a Welk stall. Right. Actually quite hard to run a Welk stall. But he's never run anything. He's never done anything, really, other than he is dynamic, he is charismatic, and he can pull people along. He's a populist wokey, right? And they can carry young people with them right to the point of the reality check. I get the affordability thing. I get the fact young people are angry. They can't pay for stuff. They can't get rentals and so on. Of course, I get why they gravitate to somebody who says, I'm going to sort all this out. You're going to get all this stuff for free. But we know that doesn't work. There's nowhere in the world you can point to where socialism of the kind that he is spewing actually can work. In the end, he'll just have to do what the Labour Party is now doing to people in Britain, which is they promise the earth, and now they're making everybody pay the earth for it.
I mean, they promised the earth. What manifesto promises were... The Labour Party manifesto was one of the most boring Labour manifestos I've ever read in my life. What earth did they promise? They said apart from what, we're not going to raise income tax, which they haven't done. We're not going to raise income tax. We're not going to borrow equals we ain't doing shit. They actually pledged to go with the conservative fiscal policy, to just maintain it, more or less.
So my fear is that New York is going to become London. Like, I'm really not...
London's not as bad as you guys all think it is.
I mean, every time I go, it seems worse. Now, not in terms of necessarily government control over everything, but you have a huge, I would say, Islamist or jihadist problem. It seems to me that every time I go, it's more visible and more obvious. Clearly, there's some sort of cultural problem on the street. There's also a free speech issue in your country, which I want to talk about. But explain to me, if London's not as bad as we think it is, what is the disconnect?
London, I mean, I always tell my American friends to put it in context on the Islamist issue. It is true. There are, I think, 80-something Sharia courts have been reported to exist in the UK.
God. Yeah, what do they do? Tell us what they do, Pierce. Because now... And I can see the benefits of not doing anything, of not elaborating, because you just said there are 80 Sharia courts. Say no more. Because all I'm hearing right now is this. That's all I'm imagining. That's my head. This is all of London now. Tell us what they do in the Sharia councils. Tell us what they do. What are they doing, Pierce? This is Dave Rubin's internal monologue right now. 80. There are 80 Sharia courts in London. That's whoa. That's unbelievable, really. To be fair, it's Dave Rubin. It wouldn't even be that sophisticated. It would be like it would be more like this. It would be more like this. It's gonna be like this for Dave Rubin. Oh wow, there are Sharia councils in London. I can't believe what I'm hearing. Anyway.
So you have courts that exist.
Yeah, but they're not legally binding outside of their own communities, right?
Sure, but
it's not something people feel comfortable about, because you obviously don't want rival laws being established in
They're
your...
not rival laws, you fucking what rival laws? What are they doing that's incompatible with British law? Pierce!
own country, where people in that community do not obey your own laws, but abide by their own. Obviously, that's untenable. We have a lot of Muslims
untenable.
in Britain.
He's not going to tell us what they're doing, is he? Because if you went into any detail, it would actually be one of the most boring fucking issues this country has ever seen in its life. The great British Empire, okay? The home of liberalism and empire and multiculturalism and sharing food and fucking music and fucking knowledge and intellect. Like, none of... Yeah, fuck that. You start doing your marriages in a different way. Oh, fuck, that's the end of it. That and the rulers of the waves will fall to little men on little dinghy boats.
Whom assimilated extremely well and exist perfectly well with everybody else and exist very peacefully. But inevitably, the more people you have from any community, the more issues you're going to have, which are not so good. And you've seen that in certain parts of Britain now. I think there's a general sense of communities where you feel like there's a clash ideologically between these communities and, I guess you would say, old-fashioned British communities. And I think that's where the flashpoint has come. A lot of that is down to successive governments, conservative and left, I think, having appalling issues in how they regulated immigration. And it goes back to Tony Blair in the early 2000s. Actually, the original problem, he opened the floodgates to Eastern Europe, actually. But then the floodgates opened everywhere. Then you've got illegal migrants coming over on the southern border on these small boats from France. That's become a huge problem. None of them can tackle. But legal migration, I think net migration in 2024 was nearly 1 million people.
No, it wasn't. It was 654,000 or 649,000. It was 649,000. He's talking about 2023 under Tories.
To put it in context,
which is also including the Ukrainian refugee crisis, the Afghan people were still coming, and people from Hong Kong were still coming. So
we're a country of 340 million people.
Really?
We're a country of just under 70 million people. Right? We're a fifth of the size of the United States, and yet we are having a net migration in 1 year of 1 million people. That's a huge burden to put on the infrastructure of our country.
So what do you think the resolution of that is? The reason I'm not bullish on the UK in general is that I see no resolution other than what will ultimately be a violent resolution.
Well, I think people...
Why? They're such fucking war merchants, man. Dave Rubin talking about the inevitability of a fucking war, like a military solution to immigrant...
Talk about civil war or something. I don't think it's going to come to that, but I do think you need to have a much tougher government run immigration system than we have currently, both legal and illegal. The big problem with the legal migration, we were letting people in who were highly skilled and might contribute well to society, but we allowed them to bring almost unlimited dependence with them. So they were bringing huge numbers of their family with them. And this puts incredible pressure on things like the National Health Service. Well, the National Health Service, the NHS, which was the pride of the world, actually. You know, if you go and break a leg in London next time you're over, God forbid, I don't want you to, and I'm not going to be breaking it for you. But if you broke your leg in London, you would get free healthcare in a very good hospital immediately.
We've got some decent hospitals here. We'll take care of it.
Yeah, but I remember...
If you twist your ankle on the way out...
hang on. I remember breaking some ribs, falling off a Segway, of all things. Can you believe how embarrassing that was? Of a Segway
that's pretty
in
bad.
Santa Monica. And all I remember is I was fitting in and out. I collapsed my lung, broke 5 ribs. It was horrendous.
Yeah.
I was fitting in and out of consciousness. And all I remember is a guy in a suit with a form saying, can you pay for this, right? You don't get that in England, right? If that same thing happens in England, we treat you, Dave Rubin, we repair you, and that's it. So,
well, they would have treated you either way. They might have just thrown you to a different hospital.
Right.
They looked at you. They were like, this guy looks.
But they wanted my money.
Got some cash.
And that's a cultural difference. So we're used to the National Health Service. At its best, it's amazing. But it was designed in the 50s for a population of 50 million people. We now have a population of nearly 70 million. So that's happened in 75 years. So the infrastructure of the NHS is creaking at the seams. If you start adding 1 million more people a year coming in, wherever they're coming from, you're going to start having huge pressure on the NHS, on the education system, on other public services. And it feels like Britain to me. The real problem, it feels like it's creaking at the seams.
Right. So just one more on this then. So really, like, in the most granular way, what do you do? It seems to me that no one in Europe, because the same problems that you just laid out there, Germany's having their version of it, France is having.
Yeah.
What do you do? I mean, actually, if you were prime minister, what would you do?
Well, it's difficult. I don't pretend for a moment it's easy, but you certainly, on the small boats issue coming in, which is, to me, is part of the problem, but it's not like the problem, because you're getting 50, 60,000 people coming in illegally on the southern border. You've had 10 million come in the Biden administration, so it's all relative.
They think it might be 20 million. I mean, the numbers are just impossible.
Right, so they clearly just completely...
It's impossible. Yeah, I guess it's impossible when they just keep on adding fucking 10 million to the number, like it's a fucking infinite money hack, infinite illegal migrants hack.
Completely deliberately lost control of the border, it seemed to me. We've not had that. We've had successive governments trying to control it. We've got to try and do a deal. I keep saying, what would Trump do? He'd say to Macron, right, here's the deal. If you don't stop these people getting on these boats, your end, which is the only way to really stop it. Once they get out there into the English Channel, really there's hardly any way to stop it. So you've got to stop it at the French end before they get on the boats. You just say, right, do what Trump would do, 1,000% tariffs until he sorts this out. I suspect it would get sorted very quickly. Remember the backdrop of Brexit.
Who pays the tariffs, Pierce? God, he's so fucking stupid. Oh, these two putting their heads together. These two putting their head. Oh no. Really? So all of our fucking, really, Pierce Morgan, all of our triple lock pension fucking silver-haired darling wifeys are going to have to pay 1,000% tariff cost that's going to be shifted onto them by the people who import champagne for their little fucking afternoon tea. Pierce, you have no idea what you're getting ourselves into. The fuck? I know British old ladies, okay? They love their triple lock pensions and they like champagne, okay? Not all of them are going to settle for Prosecco, okay? Especially down south, where they're a bit more posh. You want them to pay... Because that's who'll pay for it. The company that imports them will pay the 1,000% tariff and then they'll shift that cost onto the consumer. Pierce, this is a terrible plan. Pierce! You're not thinking straight.
How much ill feeling that caused with the rest of Europe, with the UK coming out of the European Union. So the French have no great allegiance to us now in terms of helping us. Why would they? Right? We're no longer part of the club.
Right.
We've left the club. So it's like, screw you. You've got a problem at your end. We don't care.
They're not big on helping in general.
Exactly. Yeah. So that's a very French response. But I would do the Trump response, right? Just tariff the hell out of them until they stop it. In terms of...
Has that worked? Where are the trade deals? How many trade deals in 90 days? We got none. We got no comprehensive trade deals. The fuck?
Legal migration, they're beginning to get there. But in terms of the assimilation of communities, I think that's the problem that is rising down. I don't think you can have a situation where you have communities operating, as I say, with their own Sharia law courts and so on. I just don't think that's going to work.
It's a good thing they're not doing it. It's a good thing they're not doing things that are incompatible with British law, because if they were, they would go to jail. They'd be criminally prosecuted.
Country like the UK, they've got to do something about this. Now, how you do that without inflaming a lot of tensions on both sides, I don't know. Because at the moment, you've got people like Tommy Robinson, who over here is...
What's he talking about? Trump reversed course on tariffs. He rolled them back for food products because they were getting too expensive. Fuck me, man. Fuck me. What is this? We're going to tariff the hell out of them until we have to start rolling it back and making concessions because it's such an insane policy. Man.
Kind of sainted. Let me tell you, I do not view him as a saint. It's like he's got a message that in certain parts of his message he's right, in other parts he's woefully exaggerating the situation for his own gain, and he's probably the worst possible messenger. However, when he talks about the grooming gangs in the north of England, which were horrendous and were covered up and were all British Pakistani men doing this to young white girls, he's right. So there are lots of parts of what he says which I think he's right about. But the idea that he's the standard bearer for kind of a solution to this which doesn't result in a violent solution, I think is for the birds. Because his whole history says otherwise.
Yeah, so what is it about him that you don't like? I know you guys have a bit of a history, and I think maybe you banned him from the show or something like that. Because I see him as one of the few people standing up for your country.
I know. He wants you to see him like that. He's incredibly disingenuous. Like, if you talk to Tommy Robinson, I've asked him on my show now,
was it covered up? I mean, yeah, it was covered up. Yeah, like, I mean, it was covered up by. So, how did this story work? First of all, you had neglect from the police, who either didn't care or didn't. Mostly they just didn't care. That was mostly the problem. It took a really long time to gather the evidence and to take the victims seriously and to find the perpetrators and to go after them. Their interactions with the Muslim community were pretty atrocious. They seemed to think that the only points of contact in these communities were imams. They didn't bother speaking to other people in the community who actually did have stuff to say, and probably could have led them to the perpetrators much sooner. The council didn't want the story going to national press because they were worried it would spark riots, which again was a valid concern because there were riots and the EDL trashed what is a pretty poor community in Rotherham. One person got murdered. One old Muslim pensioner who was a gardener was murdered outside of his front door. He had nothing to do with grooming, but he was murdered by two guys who called him a groomer and a peaceler. So, you know.
Week. I call him Bottle Job on X, right? I was like, come on, Bottle Job. You familiar with the phrase Bottle Job? No. It's an English phrase that means he's got no bottle. He lost his bottle. He's got no guts, right? And there's a reason he won't come on my show, but he does everybody else's shows. Other people haven't scrutinized, as I have, actually his track record on stuff and what the reality is. Take the story he loves to tell on American Airways about the young Syrian boy who he lost a court case to. He made a documentary about this boy.
He did.
And about how violent he was and so on and so on. It was full of lies.
Yep.
The Syrian boy sued him.
Yep.
He won. Yep. Six-figure payout.
And then Tommy made another documentary. Oh, he's so fun. You have to admire the fucking persistence. And then Tommy Robinson, so the story here is that there was a viral video of a Syrian boy who had his arm in a cast, actually, or in a sling, getting attacked by these boys, and one boy like sits on top of him and fucking pours water over his face, saying, "I'm going to drown you," you know, like fucking schoolboy waterboarding, and it goes viral. But Tommy starts spreading a whole bunch of rumors about this Syrian refugee, and his sister was getting bullied as well. Some group of girls went up to the boy's sister and tried to rip her veil off, her headscarf. So Tommy decided to chime in and start just claiming erroneously that this 15-year-old Syrian boy who's getting bullied, saying that he was like assaulting the girls in the school and that he was violent and shit, and that it was more of like a back and forth that they were having. Like, he just started fucking lying about this boy, and it would only emerge later that Tommy was a family friend of the parents of the bully, because the parents of the bully were racists. They had one of them, I think, had either a criminal conviction or some civil thing against them, or some police warning. And Tommy loses the case. He gets sued for defamation, and he has to plead guilty and pay the boy however many £1 million. And then Tommy makes a documentary about the boy, claiming that he's still guilty. So now he's getting done for contempt of court. Oh, man. What a fucking cartoon character of a fucking cartoon villain. it's one of those things as well, because he knows that his followers won't read the court transcripts. They won't read, or the court case. They won't read the results. They won't know that he pled guilty. So
he knows this, Tommy Robinson. His real name, by the way, is Stephen Yaxley. He's not even called Tommy Robinson. A lot of it's a facade. He sued him, and the film was a deliberate defamation because it was a breach of a court order.
Yep.
That's why he went to prison. He wasn't sent to prison because of a free speech argument.
Yep.
He was sent to prison for contempt of court because he repeated lies he'd said about this young Syrian kid, which were proven to be untrue in a court case, which is why the kid won the court case. So Tommy Robinson wants to present himself as a great freedom of speech king. And a lot of Americans lap this up because they don't actually look into the facts of it. I just urge everybody, go and study the story. Go and study the court case. Study the resolution. Study the contempt of court law in the UK. He knew what he...
Dave Rubin in his head right now. He's still thinking about the mosque. He's still just thinking about the mosque. I don't really plan on reading any of that old hooky dookie Pierce, but let's get back to those dastardly Muslims, shall we?
So, look,
I can't speak to that, but what I can speak to is from an American perspective, when I see someone out there who's leading these marches with your flag, who's proud of your country, who wants to address all the things that you just laid out there as problems, I see that as someone that's a good guy. I can't speak to all 10 of the things that he's done or not done.
I would say this. I think there are certain things he's right about and there are certain things he's wrong about. One thing he's not is a good guy. Right? He's a convicted football thug. He's a convicted fraudster. It's not even
mortgage fraud.
Real name. He deliberately defamed this kid and then went to jail because he breached contempt of court. So I don't think he's a good guy. However, on things like the grooming gang scandal, he
contributed nothing. First of all, he erroneously claimed that 80% of pedophiles in the UK are Muslim. It's not true. Muslims are underrepresented in the crime stats when it comes to all kinds of sexual crimes. I think the only group within the Muslim community that actually is slightly overrepresented is Pakistanis, but only barely. But they're also a young population, so it's like and young people commit more crime. So the average age of a Pakistani in the UK is like 25, whereas for the average local white Brit, it's like 45. So yeah, obviously the younger group is going to commit more crime, and it's not even that much more than they're represented in the population. Tommy said it was 80% of pedophiles in the UK are Muslim. So he's a fucking liar. What did he contribute to the grooming gangs case? What did he do? He didn't catch anyone. He didn't expose anyone. He waited until people had already got these people to court, and where these girls had spent months and months preparing to actually testify in court and to stand before the people who had abused them and tell the judge what they had done to them. And Tommy illegally live streamed himself outside of the court building screaming at defendants. And in the UK, you're not supposed to do that in front of a court building because it can prejudice the trial. And the defense actually tried to use that, and they were very lucky. The girls were quite lucky, actually, that the defense didn't use that to invalidate the trial. But they tried to use Tommy's actions to force a mistrial. So that's Tommy's contribution. Not to mention the fact that they had to delay the proceedings, which was obviously quite distressing to the victims.
Loudly shouting about this long before many in the mainstream media were doing so.
The mainstream media were the first people to speak about this. What are you talking about, Pierce?
And he was shut up, and there were attempts to silence him.
Who was murdered outside again. His name was Muhsin Ahmed. He was a Bangladeshi, I think, gardener. Let me see. Yeah, no one knows about this guy. Speaking of the mainstream media, no one gives a fuck that this guy, because of the media campaign and because of the fucking hate that was being spread around this shit, the two guys decided to just murder a random fucking Muslim in Rotherham because they claimed he was a groomer. These are the two perpetrators. He was 81. That's him. He had nothing to do with the grooming gangs. Nothing to do with them at all. They beat him to death outside of his front door. They also racially abused an Asian taxi driver. There we go.
censor him, and he was absolutely right about that. So, he's a complex character, Robinson. I would love to have him on my show. I'm sure he watches this show.
Yeah,
I think
he
likes
does.
you.
He likes me.
Right. So, Tommy, if you're watching, Stephen.
Well, that's good to hear.
Tommy, come on, you and me, one-on-one.
Anywhere, anytime, cock.
There's a reason you don't want to do it, because you know that I will ask tricky questions about a lot of the stuff you claim is your version of events, but we both know isn't. So, look, I don't pretend for a moment he doesn't resonate with a lot of British people, nor do I pretend for a moment there aren't.
Why doesn't he use his real name? He was using it initially to just to keep his head down. Just to keep his head down. He would just use a pseudonym because I guess it made him harder for the cops to go after him or something like that. Tommy Robinson is also it's the name of a famous football hooligan. That's why he used the name. And he stuck to it because he got famous whilst he was calling himself Tommy Robinson. So
certain elements that follow him who are violent right-wing thugs who just want to punch up and actually want racial lack of cohesion. But I do think that he himself is becoming a bigger and bigger figure in Britain because of the failure of successive governments to control immigration. So it's not like...
Is he actually growing that much bigger in the UK? I feel like all the attention Tommy gets is in America, but thanks to Elon Musk largely. But okay.
He's wrong about everything. He's not.
Right. I don't want to spend too much time on him, but I think actually if there were other people in your country that seemingly were standing up for your country properly and dealing with these issues, then that probably his face wouldn't be out there as much.
I think that's entirely right. And I think it's incumbent on the elected officials. I say to Tommy Robinson, go and run for office, if because it's interesting. Even people like Nigel.
Well, they have Nigel Farage right now, though, do they? But the problem with Nigel is that a lot of the people who support Tommy, that's what they want. They want a criminal. They want a nutter. They want a fucking foaming at because Farage is not enough for them. A lot of people like Sargon, all these like white nationalist fucking retards, they don't think Farage is enough because even Farage will concede that he'll concede that the NHS needs immigrants, and they don't like hearing that.
Farage, have all the traction with the Reform Party. He has no truck with Robinson. He won't take his, they're very split.
Yeah.
So it's not like there's a sort of on the right an agreed position about this stuff. There's not. A lot of people view Robinson like I do, including Farage. But I think that it's disingenuous and intellectually dishonest to say that there are not certain things he's been absolutely right about. The grooming gang scandal was horrendous, one of the worst scandals in Britain in modern times, and he was one of the loudest people calling it out.
Do you feel when you interview somebody so if you have some of the people on the other side of this, on the sort of more Islamist or leftist side, that you treat them in interviews with the same scrutiny that you would treat someone like Tommy Robinson?
Yeah, I try and be intellectually honest.
Like when you have like a Blazarian or Candace or some of these people.
I go after him. I did Blazarian. I went after him, I think, in a way that it was interesting. I watched the Tucker interview with Nick Fuentes. I won't platform Fuentes, and he wouldn't come on. But I accept Tucker's argument.
Well, you know what just happened. Now he's going to say he wants to go on because you just said that.
Okay.
So now they're going to clip this, and that's what he's going to say now.
Then okay. If you want to come on, just bear in mind, I will go after you about all the hateful statements you've made, including your love of Adolf Hitler. So there'll be a slightly different tone to the interview. My only critique of what Tucker did was I just think he gave him a bit of a free run and didn't pin him to the floor in a way that, ironically, Tucker did to me when we interviewed each other in the desert in Saudi Arabia.
We played that clip.
Right,
I mean, it got bizarrely hostile.
Well, he was kind of tough. I didn't mind. I liked it. I enjoyed it. I liked Tucker. But he was tougher on me and Ted Cruz than he was on Nick Fuentes and Vladimir Putin. There's a disconnect there, which I think is a valid criticism.
Right, which then Megyn Kelly asked him about at the live show. And he basically was like, well, go ahead and do your own interview, which is a little strange in light of how he treated you, but really Ted Cruz particularly.
Look, in a way, I don't tend to critique other interviews.
Yeah.
For the purpose...
No, I don't. You can see, it's not something I revel in.
Because in a way, like, you can sit, this is your show, your lair. You can conduct this interview any way you want to do it. Right? I don't think it's really incumbent on me to tell other people how to do their interviews. Tucker has a massive audience. It's just, I did notice he was a bit tougher on me than Fuentes.
So what do you make broadly of what seems to be going on with Tucker and in that space? Putting aside how someone interviews somebody, just whatever is going on in that area right now.
Well, it's interesting. You've got Tucker, you've got Candace Owens, you've got these, and they're sort of behemoths in the YouTube cyberspace world. They've just basically gone huge, they get a lot of people.
The algorithms also seem to really like them, which is extremely interesting.
They do, and they're obviously making a ton of money doing it. And, I've taken on Candace a few times, not least her ridiculous campaign against Brigitte Macron, who she keeps saying is a man. I think the court case will establish she's a woman, and Candace will have to end up paying loads of money. But even then, she will, I can guarantee you, twist it into some kind of Pyrrhic victory for herself, albeit she'll owe me $300,000, which is the current size of our bet about whether Brigitte
Macron... Oh, is that right?
There's an male or female. Okay. $300,000 to charity, dollars. Yeah. I say that Brigitte Macron is a woman who's had 3 children. It's quite easy to prove she's a woman.
Man, our public discourse really has.
It's just, but I interview Candace a lot. I find it incredibly. She's very bright. She's very compelling. She's a great debater. Very like Tucker. Do I agree with everything they say? No. Do I think they promote what I consider conspiracy theory sometimes? Yes.
Pierce seems to be pretty reasonable from this interview. It really fucks me off, actually, that so many of these batshit people in positions have shifted themselves or have allowed the Overton window to shift to the point that you can say, oh, I don't really agree with everything they say, but I respect what they do and all that. I respect their conviction. It's like you were talking about someone who thinks she's being hunted down by the Jewish American State Department trans fucking wife of Emmanuel Macron. Like, no. These people you shouldn't be talking about people in this way. You should be talking about, oh yeah, Candace, damn, it's a shame she ended up getting committed for being a nutcase. That's where it begins and ends. The fact that that they warrant this kind of like measured critique is so fucking mental.
The problem with just condemning all that out of hand is, as the pandemic taught me and others, one person's...
The government's not correct about everything.
Conspiracy theory can often turn out to be actually a bit closer to the truth than the people saying conspiracy theory imagined.
Like what?
And we saw that a lot in the pandemic. I fell foul of it.
No one got the pandemic more wrong than the fucking ivermectin slurping fucking window lickers who predicted that the government was going to put in these restrictive measures and then never let them go because they're authoritarians who want power, and that people were going to die of the vaccine and the fucking millions. Like, these people who are more wrong than anyone else. People like Joe Rogan trying to say that fucking myocarditis was like worse from the vaccine than it is from COVID, and then getting corrected about it on his own show. No one was more wrong on the fucking COVID than these people. Come on.
A few times.
So you've apologized.
I've apologized
several times. I've seen it.
Yeah, I know. I've got because again, you've got to be.
So you don't. I mean, I've got the tweets here.
But the tweets are still there.
Yeah.
So I haven't tried to delete them or hide it. I've owned my shame. And
forget the COVIDiots on Twitter. The British public understands the new variant is spreading scarily fast. National lockdown's the only way to suppress. This was true. We literally just found out recently that people in the UK, the reason we had one of the worst death rates was because we locked down too late, and because everyone was fucking nagging Boris to lock down, and he kept on delaying, he kept on downplaying, and he kept on dithering, and a bunch of fucking old people died. Like, come on.
My shame was this about the pandemic. It's not that I...
Wait, what's the last thing you said there?
Hide it. I've owned my...
Forget the... No, wait,
shame,
not that one.
And my shame was this.
The COVID vaccines massively reduced the risk of serious illness and transmissibility. This is true. This is true. This was 100% true. What?
About the pandemic. It's not that I don't think that the vaccines worked. I think they did. I think they saved a lot of lives.
Yeah.
But it is true that the scientific advice that was being put out...
I'm not with you on that, but...
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough.
But all these people are vaxxed, by the way. Like, they're all fucking vaxxed to the gills. Like, this is where the grifting, I think, is just very clear.
But the point where I absolutely conceded I was 100% wrong, and I blame the scientists, but I learned a lesson. Next time I won't be so compliant with what the scientists are saying. But there was a period quite early on with the pandemic when the science advice promoted by governments around the world...
It's almost as if when an unprecedented pandemic happens and a new disease is around that no one knows that much about and that we're still doing preliminary research on, might produce people coming to preliminary conclusions that are not the ideal ones. Yes, generally speaking, the scientists are still the ones who know better than the other people. They're still doing more research than your average fucking ivermectin horse paste licking dipshit on the internet.
Was if you had the vaccine, you couldn't transmit the virus. Therefore, the...
No, who the fuck said that? Who said that you could not... Did anyone actually say this? Did anyone important say this ever? Is Fauci have a sentence there saying like stop the spread, get the vaccine, or like something that could be misinterpreted in that way? What about Trump? Isn't there that? Hang on. Okay. Compared to this, man, the collective fucking gaslighting is so mental. But
virus that we're talking about having to do, a lot of people think that goes away in April with the heat, as the heat comes in. Typically that will go away in April. We're in great shape though. I think that's a problem that's going to go away, but we lost almost 1,000 points yesterday on the market. This ends. This is going to end. Hopefully it'll be sooner rather than later. When you have 15 people, and the 15 within a couple of days is going to be down to close to zero, that's a pretty good job we've done.
Mr. President,
It's going to disappear. One day it's like a miracle. It will disappear. And from our shores, it could get worse before it gets better. It could maybe go away. We'll see what happens. Nobody really knows. Last night we did an interview on Fox last night, a town hall. I think it was very good. And I said, calm. You have to be calm. It'll go away. And it hit the world. And we're prepared, and we're doing a great job with it, and it will go away. Just stay calm. It will go away. It goes away. It's going away. We want it to go away with very, very few deaths. It will go away. You know it is going away, and it will go away, and we're going to have a great victory. But I think what happens is it's going to go away. This is going to go away, and whether it comes back in a modified form in the fall,
he's not just randomly saying things, is it? There's a very consistent pattern.
Able to handle it. We'll be able to put out spurts, and we're very prepared to handle it.
Without a vaccine, sir, why do you think the virus will just be gone?
It's going to go. It's going to leave. It's going to be gone. It's going to be eradicated. Because this virus is going to disappear. And it'll go away at some point. It'll go away. It may flare up and it may not flare up. We'll have to see what happens.
Get out of frame.
It is dying out. The numbers are starting to get very good. And we're doing so well after the plague. It's going away. I think that at some point that's going to sort of just disappear, I hope. I'll be right eventually. I will be right eventually. I said it's going to disappear.
I guess eventually, yeah. Eventually. I thought we were here in April soon. Now, it's getting away. It's getting away. Before the vaccine.
And I'll be right. I don't think so.
Right.
I don't think so. You know why it doesn't? Because I've been right probably more than anybody else. I say it's going to disappear. And they say, oh, that's terrible. You say, well, it's true. It's going to disappear. Before it disappears, I think we can knock it out before it disappears. That's what I want.
Sir, you said in an interview this morning on the coronavirus, this thing's going away. It will go away like things go away, despite ongoing cases. Isn't that just you playing a lot of touch with reality?
It's going away. No, it'll go away like things go away. Absolutely. It is going to disappear. It's going to disappear. I still say. Not if we don't take action, correct? No, I still say it. It's going to disappear, George. It's probably going to go away now a lot faster because of the vaccine. It would go away without the vaccine, George, but it's going to go away a lot faster with it. Go away without the vaccine? Sure, over a period of time. Sure, with time. It goes many deaths. It's going to disappear. It is disappearing, and where vaccines are going to help, and the therapeutics, it will go away. And as I say, we're rounding the turn. We're rounding the corner. It's going away. And a safe vaccine that eradicates the virus and quickly ends the pandemic. Normal life will fully resume. That's all we want. We want normal life.
Wow.
We reached out to the White House and asked if they had any response to the president's continued use of such language. Here is what they said. Quote, President Trump's actions have ensured that our country will defeat the virus and safely reopen. The risks today are dramatically lower than they were only a few months ago, with mortality rates falling over 80%. Operation Warp Speed has led to treatments to help patients recover quickly and soon. We'll have a safe and effective vaccine with up to 100 million doses this year and hundreds of millions early next year. The Trump administration has also surged testing, PPE, personnel, and capacity to protect the vulnerable, help schools reopen, and respond to conditions on.
What in the actual cock is this response? Contact. Emil Maurice was a founding member of the SS and Hitler's personal chauffeur. He was of half-Jewish heritage but spared the camps after demonstrating fealty. One of the many personnel granted the title of Honorary Aryan. A guy who was 1/8 Jewish, not in the government command structure, had to be given Aryan status by decree because Himmler wanted him out. LeMayo, you guys are so fucking sloppy, it's part of the course. Using the exact justifications that Hitler used for keeping criminals like Merrill in the Nazi command to try and get an owner on the internet, socialist commentators, a truly vapid existence. I can't respond to this. I don't know what he's trying to say. I don't even know how his through line is coming in there. Didn't he say this as well? Of course he's describing what the Nazis did. That's not using their what? What is he doing? This guy is fucking dead as shit behind the eyes. What the fuck? What the fuck is happening behind a pair of sunglasses, mate? What's he? Can someone tell me what he's trying to say? I don't speak this language. I don't speak this level of fucking retard. Like, what's he trying to say? Is he trying to say that I support the Nazis' decrees or their Aryan status? Because I'm describing... What the fuck? I'm actually stunned. I very rarely, I'm a big yapper, okay? I actually don't know what to say. I don't even know what to think. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. I don't know how to respond. This is it's like a random fucking insult generator. Oh, so you must support the... What? Okay.
The ground.
Hey, NBC News viewers, thanks for checking out our YouTube channel.
Oh my God, wow. Well done, NBC. Go Schizo. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say.
Presumption.
I've been defeated. My brain has been fucking annihilated by that comment. I have no idea what to say to that. Jesus. I feel like my GPS has just been scrambled. No, am I in Rio de Janeiro? Right? What? Fuck. Anyway, Tucker Carlson, Pierce.
Would you say the word faggot on camera?
Whoa!
Why?
Because
You don't want to get arrested, do you?
doesn't want to be arrested.
Oh, because it's so harmful to people?
No.
Is it like gay bashing? What's wrong with that?
No, would you use that word?
Faggot?
Yeah.
I just did.
Yeah, but would you
faggot,
use it?
faggot?
Okay, but
Yeah, but Tucker's gay. Of course he can say it.
Why?
And I'm using it because you're not allowed to because you're...
I'm allowed to.
Go ahead.
I don't want to.
Say, I love gay people. Faggot.
No, I'm allowed to. I just choose not to.
Would you say the word faggot on camera?
That's a good loop. Okay. What?
Would you say the word faggot on camera?
No.
Why?
Because
You don't want to get arrested, do you?
doesn't want to be arrested.
Oh, because it's so harmful to people.
I thought it was a different clip. Okay. Double clip. Why not? Is Tucker actually gay? I mean, he obviously is, but not officially. No. Not officially.
The public was, well, you're...
Oh, God. I can't not talk about these people, man. What the fuck? Yes, the Afghan National Guard shooter guy had worked with CIA units during the war in Afghanistan. So a CIA death squad member cracked and attacked the US National Guardsmen in DC. Definition of blowback. Okay. I did not know that taking sides with the Americans against and the Afghan government against the Taliban was made you a death squad member, but okay. Shit.
You're going to help save lives, because if you have it, you not only protect yourself in a way, but you're also not going to be infecting other people if you get the virus. So, you know, the grandmother at home is not going to get it from you.
Yeah,
That's,
I just never
so,
believed.
right. So
I
that
just
was
never
that
believed.
turned out to be totally untrue. But in the period before it was declared untrue, and in fact it made little difference to transmission whether you had the jab or not, I became incredibly censorious. Ridiculously. I look back and I just cringe at what I was saying, the way I was saying it. I was too believing in what the experts were telling me. That will never happen again. I'll be far more questioning next time, far more journalistic, I think.
Let's go.
So I'm unashamed. I said, look, it's fine. I got it wrong. And I leave those tweets up, and there are certain people who just literally post them every week for clicks. And it's like, why are you bothering? I've already said, I know I was wrong. It shouldn't have been done like that.
Do you think some of the reason that you missed it on COVID and like there's, you know, BLM stuff that you've said,
you're just not as much of a critical thinker as Dave Rubin is,
kind of sort of, I would say, insane or really misguided. Do you think some of that is just because you came from the mainstream world, so the ecosystem you were in just sort of circled around
I think it's
so many wrong things?
Yeah, I think honestly, it's a kind of fine line, isn't it? Because I think that I try and sit in the center. I think that whenever I've strayed too far left or right, I've normally regretted it, actually. I think my position ideologically, I don't like to be partisan. I don't like to be positioned into a left or right political box about anything. I try and look at things with intellectual honesty as best I can. But have I always been right? No. Have I made big mistakes? Absolutely. It was interesting. I watched the Tucker thing with Meghan, and he talked again about how he supported the Iraq War. I vehemently oppose the Iraq War. We've all got our wins and losses in the causes we take. I'm sure you would concede you have had too, right? Yeah. So none of us is right all the time about these things. What I learned from the pandemic was it's very dangerous to be overly censorious based on information in a fast-moving health crisis, or any story, BLM being another one. Right? Those who lassoed themselves to Black Lives Matter, the organization, look, when George Floyd got murdered in the way he did, it was despicable and horrendous. For us to watch it all happening over the 8-minute video, whatever it was an appalling thing. I make no bones about thinking that that was one of the worst things I've watched. And actually, yes, it should have been a moment of reflection for everybody about what we do to try and stop this happening. However, the Black Lives Matter movement that developed and the activists behind it, you know, I do think that, for example, although I was very censorious again about the January 6th riots, make no apology for that. I thought it was horrific what happened that day. However, where I have sympathy with those on that side is they got treated far more severely than any of the protesters beating up police officers or smashing up shopping parades and so on. So there was a real double standard between the way that the left-wing protesters...
Okay, wait. Pierce conducts his show, Israel-Hamas. I don't think I want to watch these two argue about Israel-Hamas. I don't think I can do.
The Black Lives Matter marches were treated to the January 6th rioters, for example. I can expose that hypocrisy quite willingly, regardless of which side I see it. So, you know...
that was a really disappointing conversation. I mean, I'm glad he brought up... at least he didn't let Dave get away with Tommy Robinson fucking glazing, but... Nah, that's it. We're good. We're good. Hell no. Get me out of there. What is this? I feel like such a stereotypical streamer looking up stuff. What is this? Okay. What? Someone is telling me to look at Destiny's stream because he's talking to an AI version of Hassan for hours. Is that real? Are we sure? I don't think that's real, is it?
Yeah.
And
I'm trying to move my money out of my Kraken account.
How did
for hours? What?
Self protection.
Never from Hutch's stream. He was
Hutch. Okay. Could it be on an older stream, maybe?
Initially, they suggested
people should send me links, but I don't trust you guys fucking sending me these fucking wild goose chases. Late night stream. Okay.
Oh, first class? Clueless.
Whoa.
I need to make sure that he can say it.
Wait, is this it?
Oh, you're back.
What the? Is there keyboard?
Where is he?
God,
Happy thanks. Do you want to start Recful?
Because you're defending her when you're a Goku fan, lol.
Oh, wait, here he is.
I bet they brought him back as a sleeper agent. Yeah, back in 2021, I bet.
Who did the Biden?
No.
Character AI. Character.ai.
Oh.
Let's link the whole fucking thing. Okay, Radiant fucking linked it. All right, click Radiant's link.
I just set all my shit up. I don't think I'm going to be able to fucking...
Tiny Ninja.
Hold on.
Well, here they're talking about it. Okay. It would have been 15, 20 minutes if it's like... because that's when the stream ends. Okay, so not hours. 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 Oh, I heard a noise.
Okay, who do you think would win in a fight if they had the unlimited amount of time to train? Vegeta or Goku?
Goku, no diff, because he has the power to keep coming back even if he dies. Vegeta has some bullshit moves, but in the end, plot armor trumps all LMAO.
If that's true.
Maybe it feels like hours? Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Okay. Wow. What a fucking dry well we have today. Hours. Nice one. Princess Mantis video. You know, I don't think I actually properly appreciated just how many views this person is getting for just starting a channel. She just started a channel like 2 weeks ago. 13K views, 6.3, 6.4. That's not bad. Nick DeOreo. Let's do it. I guess there are shorts as well. 4 shorts. Okay. Oh my god, it's Requiem again. Who's that?
For the past 2 years, the internet has been fighting an underground holy war. In a turn of geopolitical events no one saw coming, YouTube's best and brightest flung themselves into a centuries-long battle that most of them were absolutely not equipped to handle. To truly understand why Italian mobster turned computer scientist / historian Nicholas DeOreo...
Oh, weird. I don't think I've ever heard, I've never, played a clip of somebody being nice to me for, a minute and a half. That's weird. That's all weird. I don't even know how to engage with this, but I appreciate it.
...could become entangled in...
Never happened.
...commentary by former IRA choir boy Adam McIntyre.
Net revenue, minus 4,000. Artists take home $0.
We need to go back in time. I just want to note here that although there is nowhere on the internet to support Nick being an Italian mobster, he sure looks and acts Italian, and I find that,
I don't know.
Maybe it's interesting.
And I can say that because I'm half Italian. Nicholas Diorio enters this holy war much like I did. Like I said in my last video, I've never been an H3 fan, but...
Wait, she was half American and half white and half English before. What the fuck?
Nick has...
I get the joke. She's half everything. Ooh, got him.
On a whole different level, not been an H3 fan because back in 2020, Ethan and Nick and the H3 podcast did not like each other.
Like, I don't expect Ethan to ever forgive me on a personal level.
This is what I kind of know.
What did he do?
So back in 2020, Ethan Klein did a video about someone named Leafy. What you need to know is that Nicholas Diorio was on the side of someone named Keemstar.
Yo, did you see this? Keemstar made a TikTok about me, and it's so good.
Who was a long-standing enemy of the H3 podcast. Nick's allegiance to Keemstar made him an enemy of the H3 podcast by proxy, and was also known to throw beef with H3 and Ethan on occasion.
I know you too well, but I understand that you're not happy with, I guess, Nick Diorio?
I think most of us actually.
I'm sorry, can you say that one more time?
Yeah, I just said I don't know you, but I know you have an issue with Nick Diorio.
Speaking of people saying nice things about you, this title is encouraging. I think Queeman likes it when I fight with right-wingers. Dumb, racist, criminal, misfit patriot loses to learner box immigration debate. I mean, that's almost implying a positive statement on me, isn't it? Almost. We're getting there. What's the...
Let's fact check that now. Let's fact check that now. You don't just get to say it and then move on. Dude, I feel a deep rage bubbling. I don't have stats. I don't have any actual evidence. It's common sense. Dude,
Don't forget critical thinking. It is also critical thinking, okay? If it was just common sense, that would be weak. But you add some critical thinking to that common sense. I had no idea what to do.
Rapeseed oil's got a pretty scary name, don't you think? Like, that implies some pretty trolling things. I don't know about this rapeseed oil stuff, guys. That might be a threat to society. You're like, this isn't even worth engaging with.
You know, do you genuinely believe you're like making good arguments here?
Christian violent? That's misinterpreting the Bible. Muslim violent?
Is he a criminal?
Oh, they interpret it correctly. All right. So, Loner Box versus FTM Patriot on immigration. Let's take a look.
How does he look younger? Why does Queeman look younger than I'm used to? Why does he's aged backwards? How the fuck is he? Because if I only heard him talking, you probably would think that Queeman is like a 40-year-old British geezer down the pub speaking shit. This is actually the corner of a speakeasy. That's why it looks like that, his background. Huh. Who knows? I don't know what's going on there. Okay.
Oh,
I do not have an issue with him. I feel like...
Mention his haircut. I will never mention his haircut because mentioning people's haircuts is cringe. Did you cut your hair? No. I just woke up and half of it was missing in even proportions all across my fucking head. Dick.
The YouTube channel Nicholas Diorio started about 6 years ago, with his content primarily being about streamers and YouTube drama, but I honestly don't know much about any of the early YouTube streamer drama, and you couldn't pay me to learn about it. There's this one video, Bunty King is being slandered, blah 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 blah, and honestly the only thing I know about Bunty King is Nick's donation sound. Much like Cruel World Happy Mind, Nick received some success by using Gabby Hanna in his thumbnail. Is this a sign? Should I make a video about Gabby Hanna? How could I get her somehow involved in the internet holy war? Anyways, Nicholas started gaining more mainstream success with videos on people like Flamenco, Deaf Noodles, Mama Max, Boogie, and a whole bunch of other people you couldn't pay me to be interested in.
Wow.
In the words of Nicholas Diorio,
I've learned everything I've learned.
I too am above it.
Israel is against my will.
One glaring controversy about Nicholas Diorio is that he is like peak edgelord, and also he has a segment on his show called Ultimate Rape Review.
Why are there red flags getting spammed by someone in chat? What's the fucking argument here? What's going on? What's that trying to say? Is that like the closest you can get to red triangle? And that's what... No way. It's not that. What's going on? What are these red flags? Is it the vocal fry? Is it Nick Diorio? I don't know. Fuck.
Okay, all right, we're back. All right.
Many have come to believe that this is a segment in which Nick reviews videos of women crying over being sexually assaulted. I too also actually believed that because Hassan Piker said it, and I used to really like Hassan Piker.
Oh.
However, after watching some of Nicholas Diorio's VODs over the past few months, I recognize that Ultimate Rape Review is a satirical name, and the segment highlights how YouTube drama consistently turns other people's trauma into content.
There is some weird thing that happens in the political space when people are on the back foot in a conversation. They need to just start retreading every dead family member in their entire fucking life to justify their actions.
Who's he talking about?
This is not a Cruel World, Happy Mind specific issue. When I was researching the Vosh video, I was watching Prime Kai's panels. I was on Stardust's fucking podcast. I interacted with a ton of these political people. I was hanging out with Dylan.
Do you know who it is? It's when people are like, oh, I've had this friend. Like your anecdotal people. I've got this friend.
Burns. Whenever people get caught on the back foot, suddenly fucking brothers start dying, okay? It happens a lot.
And as much as I might not like that title, it's important to note that people who often make the name of it some kind of headline shock their dog.
You claim to care about rape, and you're hyping up a dude who has a segment on a show called Ultimate Rape Review.
Or they openly admit they don't actually care about sexualized assault at all, especially when it comes to specific groups of people.
After enduring sexual violence, the deadliest day of Jewish people.
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7th. Like, that doesn't change the dynamic for me even this much.
We haven't covered Ian, Anissa, or Harley in the Internet Underground Holy War yet, but if you'd like to see some videos about them, please let me know in the comments. To try and summarize why Nicholas Diorio is now sometimes known as Pope Nicholas Diorio, there was this YouTube boxing event, okay? Nicholas Diorio is now the Pope because of YouTube boxing, okay? Get it together. Anyways, the event was called Creator Clash, and it was run by disgraced YouTuber iDubbbz and his wife Anissa, in which they further disgraced themselves by creating a hit piece called Content Cop shortly before Creator Clash 3 was supposed to happen. In Content Cop, they basically just shit talk Ethan. They also posed with a swastika sword when they knew very obviously that Ethan Klein is Jewish. They mocked Ethan for having Child Protective Services come to their house after false allegations were made. This video featured others like Frogan, who famously said that
I will never have any fucking pity for any fucking soldiers. U.S. military? Who fucking who? I hope you get PTSD.
Denims, who famously just says anything that Hassan says is good and right.
Denims is basically a waiting room streamer, entertaining Hassan Piker fans before he begins his streams. Her career is pretty much modeled after him.
Sean the Black, whose biggest crime is having a name like Sean, and Hassan Piker, who shocks his dogs.
Damn.
The Content Cop video widened the divide between Ethan from H3 and Hassan Piker, leading a H3 employee to drop out of Creator Clash 3 and furthering the already apparent divide between the H3 podcast and the anti-Zionist creators, even though Ethan has said many times that he is not a Zionist. Nicholas hates Hassan more than he hates Ethan Klein from H3H3. Particularly, Nicholas has pointed out that Hassan has interviewed a Yemenis Houthi pirate who the internet now calls Tim Houthi Chalamet, only to celebrate that there's a KFC in Yemen.
Is there a KFC there? They're everywhere. I don't think there's a KFC in Yemen, dog.
He says they have two.
Oh, they do have KFC in Yemen? That's crazy. Okay, that's sick.
Is there a KFC in Yemen? No way, dude! Holy fuck! There's a KFC in Yemen!
There's a KFC in Yemen.
There are, of course, many more criticisms Nick has made against Hassan Piker, but I think this one is probably the funniest. That and obviously Collargate, you know, shocking dogs isn't funny. That's not funny, but it's funny because it's Hassan Piker. Nicholas and the H3 podcast quietly became friendly on their respective shows after Nicholas decided to start criticizing Hassan a lot.
Nicholas kind of unironically has HDS. I don't care. Good. Hassan's funny to talk about. He's really retarded. I don't know why there's ever this issue of like, oh, you find this person either like interesting or ridiculous, so you talk about them for content. So, what are you doing with your life, motherfucker?
More, and also defending Ethan and Hila.
I know we've been through some stuff in the past, and you said some really rude things about Hila. I can tell you for sure, because I think I've heard that you're feeling bad about that, and I appreciate it. I think even coming to that realization is far enough for me. But Hila forgives you. She's outright told me that. She harbors no ill will.
Wow.
You jolly Saint Nick, and I feel the
The
same.
fucking music gets me every time, dude. But Jesus.
One user on Reddit about a month ago put it aptly. Nick didn't say anything until the people themselves revealed it, but he was covering everything to do with Creator Clash. And I believe that's when Hila began watching Nick's streams. And that's why Nick got mentioned on the podcast for the first time, if I remember correctly. Ethan started saying Jolly Saint Nick, then the Catholic Church was selecting a new pope. That's when Ethan began calling him Pope Nick. What I particularly enjoy about Nicholas is that he understands the toxicity of online communities, and he refuses to play by the same rules. Yes, he says words that I personally wouldn't say, but still, it's hard to hold it against him when he's being unmistakably honest and transparent about his views and opinions. While there are many who merely piggyback off of specific issues to gain notoriety and fame, but at the same time become completely audience captured. And
what is this fucking comment? I'm still trying to figure it out, man. I'm still stuck. I don't know what it means. I just looked at my Twitter again. And does HDS stand for Hassan Destiny Syndrome? Oh yeah, clever. I don't. I'm so flummoxed. Fuck me, man. I'm getting old. Lorna's gonna lose sleep over this. What did he mean? Do you think I should workshop it? I should categorize all of my friends into like a hierarchy of intelligence and just kind of work my way down. And someone will get somewhere down the ladder, somewhere below the 100 IQ, 80, 70, 60, maybe. Someone will figure it out.
in their cases, hateful. His fan base doesn't praise him because they believe all of the same things that he does. Audience watches him continuously because he's hilarious and offers a perspective that's unmistakably his. And that's the beauty of YouTube for me. This is a free platform that allows you to hear all perspectives in one place. The worst thing a creator can do for themselves is build a brand off of something they don't truly love or believe. And Nicholas really loves playing video games and buying pinball machines.
Someone deciphered what the tweet meant to say. I have no fuck, man. It's like this is what's weird about it, is that this person's not a bot, right? He's also not just some random cunt on the internet. He is a streamer. He's a public communicator with an audience. He communicates to people, tells them what's what in the world, and explains things to them. People go to him for wisdom and entertainment combined. What the fuck is he saying? What's he saying? What's he? It sounds like he's trying to say, so like you believe in the same, like you're describing Nazi rationale, so you support it, but the wording is just so, it's so fucked. I don't know. Is this the really short guy? Yeah, is he just insane? Like, but yeah, he is the guy. Isn't this the guy? Yeah, this is the guy.
Oh, I like that. Look at this guy. He's wearing pumps. And look how short he is.
But I don't know where's the clip of him saying that he's again, you don't make fun of someone for being short, but obviously he was making fun of Destiny for being short. He was like, "Oh yeah, he's so short. I'd probably step over him. Wouldn't notice him at TwitchCon." But it's like, I'm saying he wanted to beat him up and shit. But but he's also really short. Looking like a real life Woody.
You ever set yourself up like this?
And what is this outfit? This is an outfit.
But where's the clip of him? Oh, is it here?
Like, damn. All right.
No,
Oh,
it's
look at
not.
him.
There's a clip where he's like, oh yeah, he's so fucking short, and then it follows up with the, I don't know. I'm not gonna find it. Is it this?
This is what happened. Children have get destined. In
No.
Reconstruction era, we should murder all slave owners.
Okay, murder slave owners, whatever. Is this it? I don't know. I don't know. I'm not gonna find it. This fucking tweet, man. What's he say? What's happening? Okay.
And not learning about things that don't interest him.
It's already like it's doing psychic damage to me. I feel dumber now.
Mark, this is good news. We can finally we can be bees. This isn't your world, but we can be bees. This is good news. You can be a bee. You'll live like a bee. A pet. A pet? A pet. Mark, this is good news. You'll live for 30 years.
This is insane! Nicholas Diorio ran so I could crawl behind like a little baby. When I started my journey up until the underground internet holy wars, I was a fan of Hassan Piker.
Wow.
Then someone else that we're not going to talk about. And now Nicholas Diorio. And over the past 2 years, my personal political beliefs and opinions have changed substantially.
Wow.
Even before I started watching Hassan, I touted myself as a staunch democratic socialist, which would
Bernie.
put me in the same far left circles as some of the leftists I criticize on my channel. However, since seeing the way groups like Hassan and co actually talk about groups of people with different beliefs than them, I realized that I'm probably just a liberal, like a really edgy liberal. Never in a million years did I think I would tolerate Nicholas Diorio or his content. But you know what? I'm glad I'm here now. I can now handle the mobs of people that Chris What's-His-Face sends to me. By the way, I'm still totally blown away that a cis white man with 50,000 subscribers found me, a lady mantis, to be so scary he had to make a 47-minute video just about how I called him boring. You know what overpowers dumb cis white men with little mustaches? We do. Us. And I love every single last one of the people who have been in my comments and making posts on my posts. I just wanted to remark on how a lot of you are smarter and funnier than I ever could dream of being. And it feels really... unironically, I know I'm being gay, but like it does feel good to know that there are at least one or two people who know what I'm trying to do, even if that person definitely is not Papa Cut.
I feel like this is one of those moments where you should have a little more than a little bit of knowledge of somebody.
If Papa Gut ever wants to publicly apologize, he can do that. Or I also take apologies in cash.
Whoa.
Cash money. Also, I just wanted to shout out and say thank you to Lunarbox for watching my video on his stream. Wow! Somebody got the assignment, okay? Papa Gut, he got the assignment. Anywho, I'm tired.
Okay. The song goes, yeah, hell yeah. Well, you have sparked so much discourse. Also, can I just say, I understand that Spider's more of like a drama frog than a political guy. You understand here that this sentence actually is retarded, right? Like, the issue isn't comparing capos to collaborators or collaboration. It's for being. It's confusing them with being in the government. Like, it's not. Obviously, capos did collaborate. They just weren't in the government. Okay, whatever. Whatever. Rip. You know, not that I want to tell you guys what to do with your lives and everything. Jesus. Man, LSF is very uniform, isn't it? In the sense of all the top posts are about Hassan, or a majority of them are. Oh, Asmongold Mamdani.
Expected to require all New York elementary school students to learn Arabic numerals? This is happening faster than I thought. Bro, like,
God damn. Is he joking? He must be. That's a very well-known meme. That must be a joke, right? What the fuck? Asman says he was just memeing. I don't know though, because he is. He does have a lot of. He has a lot of gaps in his intelligence. Fuck me. He was trolling. You guys don't be so sure. Unless he came back like 2 seconds after and said it was a troll. Not like,
brother.
Because if he came back an hour later and said
whenever
it was
they're
a troll, that's just because he's damage controlling after being caught out, right? But yeah, I mean, I guess there is a lot of there's a lot of Hassan news here on LSF. It seems the years of brigading by Mr. Piker were a failure. Shit. Damn. Did we talk about the shooting? Yeah. Yeah, the guy was what? He was like a CIA connected guy in Afghanistan on the side of the national government. Yeah, this.
The moments after the shooting in broad...
which gives one pause for thought about why the fuck he did it. But
daylight, just a short distance from the White House. Police and National Guard soldiers subdue the attacker, who himself has been shot. Close by, others attending to the 2 young soldiers who've been shot multiple times.
They're still in critical condition, right? They're not dead, but critical condition means that they're... Does it mean they're probably going to die, or it means that it's like 50-50? I don't know what critical condition means. I know mortally wounded means you're probably going to die. Life-threatening state of health. It means bad. Oh, really? Does it mean bad? Thank you so much.
Both
it means critical.
Now in critical condition in hospital.
Yeah.
Today they've been named as 20-year-old Sarah Beckstrom and 24-year-old Andrew Wolf, both from West Virginia.
A lone gunman opened fire without provocation, ambush style, armed with a .357 Smith & Wesson revolver. One guardsman is struck, goes down, and then
it's Justice Janine.
Shooter leans over and strikes the guardsman again. Another guardsman is struck several times.
She's going to say it.
Authorities confirming the alleged attacker, 29-year-old Rahmanullah Lakanwal, drove across the country from his home in Washington state to carry out the shooting. Confirming, too, that the married father of 5 was
struck several times.
Authorities confirming the alleged attacker, 29-year-old Rahmanullah Lakanwal, drove across the country from his home in Washington state to carry out the shooting. Confirming, too, that the married father of 5 was a member of an Afghan army unit in the city of Kandahar that worked closely with the CIA, brought to the United States amid the U.S. military withdrawal from Afghanistan in 2021.
This individual is in this country for one reason and one reason alone:
because of the disastrous withdrawal from the Biden administration and the failure to
You
vet.
fucking useless piece of shit. Oh my God. Good try, buddy.
Anyway, in any way, shape, or form, this individual and countless others.
Last night, President Trump announced a suspension of all immigration from a country he called a hellhole and ordered a retrospective investigation into asylum cases approved under President Biden.
We must take all necessary measures to ensure the removal of any alien from any country who does not belong here or add benefit to our country.
He's saying words.
If they can't love our country, we don't want them. America will never bend and never yield in the face of terror.
The chaotic U.S. pullout in 2021 led to an estimated 76,000 Afghans, including Lakanwal, being brought to the U.S. under Operation Allies Welcome. It was the culmination of a withdrawal deal Trump made with the Taliban during his first presidency. Lakanwal reportedly granted asylum in April during his second.
The idea that these individuals were just completely unvetted and allowed into the country is completely false. There's already a feeling of fear among many people in the Afghan community here, and this just makes it much worse.
This attack fueling divisions on a number of levels, including the debate about whether the military should be on the streets doing domestic law enforcement. Allies of the Trump administration say questioning that diminishes the heroism of the young people now fighting for their lives. In the meantime, the president is ordering hundreds more National Guardsmen and women to Washington, D.C.
Really, they're not coming through the Mexico border? No. No, they're not. Why people got to do violence? It just makes everyone look bad. True.
The moments are...
No, we're giving MAGA an excuse. They would never want civil war had this not happened. Where is... documentary about, or a little piece about Russia's war economy from Channel 4. Okay.
A lot of people got it wrong in the first years of the war, that Russian economy would collapse. And now I think the pendulum swung the other way. You could ask, is Putin running out of money? Well, he's already run out of money.
It is now almost like a bubble of the war economy. So the only sectors that they have recovered to the pre-crisis levels and actually have grown some are the sectors related to the war economy.
Is there an argument that Putin needs the war to go on because of the way that the Russian economy has now been orientated?
He had a double down plan. He didn't have a withdrawal plan. Uh-oh. Not good.
Hello and welcome to the forecast. For months after Putin's invasion of Ukraine, Western leaders said Russia was on the brink of collapse under sanctions. And yet it didn't. It transformed into a wartime economy fueled by military production, redirected trade routes and deeper ties with China and India. But now there are signs this may be changing, with industrial output slowing, inflation rising, and severe labor shortages as hundreds of...
You guys got your regular handles back. Yeah, what the fuck happened? Was it just a YouTube error? Yeah, you guys have your handles back. Maybe. Also, there's a goal. 8 more in the goal, guys. 8 more. Chop, chop. If I had a bell, I need a bell. If I had a bell, I'd ring it right now to get you guys to get your wallets out, put some cash in the hat.
Thousands of working-age men have either died, emigrated, or been mobilized. And Western leaders are once again questioning how long Putin can bankroll his war machine. So is Russia's economy finally starting to buckle, or is this still wishful thinking from Ukraine's allies? With me today, Arkady Ostrovsky, Russia editor at The Economist, and Elena Rybakova, one of the world's leading experts on sanctions and Russian macroeconomics. Let's begin with the simple question, if you like, of whether Putin really wants a deal right now. Arkady, is he under economic pressure that is pushing him towards wanting an end?
I don't think he wants to suddenly leave Ukraine alone. I don't think he suddenly wants to stop to stop his bigger offensive against Europe and against transatlantic security system, which he is set to, he wants to undermine. So I don't think we should look at the deal sort of separately. Now, is he under pressure? Yes, he is under some pressure. Does that mean that the war is going to end? That doesn't necessarily follow.
Elena, what would you say?
Well, I would say indeed, I fully agree with Arkady that we need to separate the two. And I think that's where the biggest mistake we in Europe and in the West make vis-a-vis Russia. They have separated the two at the very beginning of the 2022 invasion. They went into this head-on, understanding what kind of sanctions can be implemented. There were some surprises, but not many. They prepared for the sanctions since 2014, and they were willing to take the cost. However, what they didn't plan for the fact that it would take so long, and it is indeed incredible that size matters, economy, number of people, but yet Ukraine still holds 4 years on, right? Russia wasn't entirely prepared for that. They were hoping for either blitzkrieg of maybe 2 days or maybe a couple of years. And now we're in the situation where instead of producing more tanks got more expensive. And therefore, we've seen the central bank of Russia trying to slow down the economy, and that is also affecting the production of the military industrial complex.
Right. So to what extent is Russia's economy dependent on the war? And to what extent is the war dependent on the economy?
Hey, Boof Clouds and Speedy Taco, thanks for the super chats. And Kaiser Kenny, thanks for the sub. And Jordan, thanks for the gifted sub. I really appreciate that. Wow. Also, Barabbas from earlier, thanks for the $5.
I think it goes both ways, indeed, right? It is now almost like a bubble of the war economy. So the only sectors that they have recovered to the pre-crisis levels and actually have grown some are the sectors related to the war economy. They have slowed down recently, but not really fully to negative territory. Most of other sectors have not recovered their losses. So it is almost like pricking the bubble, right? We talked a lot about it before the global financial crisis, that it is very hard to do politically and economically. At the same time, it is also giving opportunities for people that have not had a social lift in decades. Weaker regions, they're getting contractual payments for participation in the war, or regions where there is military production. So this is on the one hand. On the other hand, of course, for Russia to be able to continue at this pace is challenging. And that's why they're looking for new sources of investment. And that's why they're trying to negotiate, whether with the US or with countries in Asia, for some sort of blink for less forceful enforcement of sanctions.
Arkady, do you think the West misunderstood this at the beginning?
I think the West did misunderstand it. I think the West misunderstood a lot of things, and I think the West continues to make a lot of mistakes towards Russia. We can talk about it in terms of public opinion and the links.
What should we do? Tell us what to do, big man.
And politics of it. But in terms of economy, yes, as you said rightly, everybody was expecting Russia to collapse. It did not, but the pressures are catching on. The divide between the civil economy and the military economy, part of the economy, is growing. Now, the source of income for Russia is shrinking, which is why Russia has the biggest budget deficit I think it's had in modern history, and very high inflation, and 40% of Russian budget goes towards the military, towards the war, both in terms of production of weapons and in payments of contracts and the death payouts. So I think the pressures are building up. I think the West misunderstood it at the time when they expected it to collapse. I think it's misunderstanding what game Putin is playing now, and actually how complicated that relationship between the economy, the society, and the politics really is.
Yes, I mean, I think at the beginning there was this assumption or a lot of commentary that this would not be sustainable for long, that the impact of the war would be felt by ordinary Russians, and that this would dramatically affect the popularity of Putin. Why hasn't that happened?
He made it a commercial war. It's the most extraordinary things. People don't talk about war, partly because of that, and partly, to a great degree, is because of repression. I mean, Russia is a highly repressive, almost totalitarian regime where speaking out will land you in jail. So you have a certain living standard which is maintained across the population. You have the army which is most people think, okay, well, that they're getting paid, so we don't need to feel sorry for them. And you have a repressive system, which basically punishes speaking out against the war, and it creates a false idea of homogenous support. And that is, I think, the biggest mistake the West has made in recent months, is basically completely accepting and embracing Putin's propaganda that all Russians support the war, or the majority of Russians support the war. And the picture is much more nuanced, but the Western policy towards Russia and the Western rhetoric towards Russia has reinforced Putin's propaganda rather than confronted it.
Right, but I mean, accepting the fact that he's commercialized the war and that people are not being dragged off against their will, the numbers surely at this point are so enormous that everybody must be touched by it.
You're right. I mean, the numbers are huge. I mean, Russia's losses in dead and wounded, some say it's a million, around a million, which is enormous. And yes, it is contractual, and I wouldn't say it's all. There is a lot of deception. There is a lot of pressure. To what extent it's voluntary, it's another matter. I don't think it is. A lot of it is not voluntary. A lot of it is actually people who are drafted into the army by law and then pressured to sign contracts. So there is lots of deception. But yes, you're right. Ultimately, everybody now knows that the losses are huge, and people see it in their cities and towns and the villages, because the size of cemeteries is growing, and everybody, particularly in a small place where people have been taken from. Mostly it's not large cities like Moscow and St. Petersburg. It's disadvantaged, economically poorer regions of Russia. Of course, people see it. It is having an impact. If you ask people what they would like, they say they want the stop of the war. They don't want mobilization. They do not want to participate in it. And they want 60% want improvement in the relationship with the West. Interestingly, the argument you hear a lot is that, well, none of it matters because public opinion in Russia doesn't matter because people don't have any agency. But actually it does, not in the direct way that everybody expects, that people will just come out in the streets and overthrow Putin. People can't do that if there are tanks and people with guns. But in terms of the why the Kremlin cares about public opinion, and it does, it measures it all the time, is that it creates a milieu in which it can operate. It needs to have this picture. Putin, from the very beginning, from the moment he came to power, he came up with this idea of supermajority of people supporting him. That is the source of legitimacy.
Let's turn to the economy. To what extent did sanctions backfire? And how much was Russia able to turn itself towards China, towards India, and adapt?
Well, I think first we need to think about objectives of sanctions. Sanctions do not create world peace. They don't change regimes. No. They don't resolve your educational reform at home, right? I think we just loaded too many things on this magic tool.
They don't even really force concessions historically. I think the point of sanctions is that they just make a current course. They're supposed to just make a course of action more difficult. That's it, really. Just to slow them down.
That is supposed to be like a magic wand, and then Putin disappears and we'll live happily ever after. So I think first we needed to have realistic expectations. In terms of realistic expectations, should we give foreign exchange to Russia in exchange for their oil? Probably not. Should we sell them missile and components of missiles? Probably not, right? This is the extent of sanctions that I would like to see, with clear targets and clear measurable objectives to check against them, right? So this is first. Whether Russians get luxury goods or not, frankly, I don't really care, right? And most people in Ukraine that getting the shahids to their house also don't really care. So this is the first part. In terms of what backfired, I think what backfired is our poor enforcement and implementation of sanctions. We gave the huge window for China to drive through with a truck, and more than 90% of various sanctions evasion schemes happen via China. It may be Western produced or Western owned goods that ship through China, or maybe are produced in joint ventures in China or licensing and then go to Russia. Of course, other border states are also at fault. And I think that has created a special relationship, and it's also allowing China to test drive sanctions evasion techniques against possible sanctions that they might experience in the future.
So are you saying that pretty much everything gets through anyway?
Not everything gets through. Things spend longer time traveling to Russia. They're more expensive, but a lot of things still get through. And we can see that from the disassembled components, parts that the Ukrainian authorities are disassembling and putting online. You can see that Russia still has access to Western components, albeit more expensively and with the longer production times.
What about the U.S. administration's approach to trying to
You think she sounds like Ukrainian Anna? I mean, I thought she was. I thought She had just kind of done her hair differently and aged. Because I haven't seen her for a while. Shut up.
I mean, they've been terribly fierce on India, but not terribly fierce towards China.
Well, there is this panda in the room that they're very afraid of addressing, right? And I think it is also characteristic to this administration as well as the previous one. If you look at the statistics, China started supplying these components already in autumn 2022, and it's almost sort of went to the pre-war levels, the volumes, thanks to China. And we sort of closed a blind eye to that, and we tried to have behind the closed door conversations with China, and didn't quite really work out, right? So I think here the current administration seems to be following the same strategy. Maybe they would like to have a grand deal on trade, and they do not want to have the pesky Russia-Ukraine war issue getting in the way of that. And specifically in terms of India, I would like to see more decisive action. Yes, there have been some good announcements, but let's see if there will be enforcement.
Right, but how is all this fed through to Russia's domestic economy, and to what extent is it under pressure? I mean, the question kind of feels, is there an argument that Putin needs the war to go on because of the way that the Russian economy has now been orientated?
Once you have driven into the bubble, and we all remember Greenspan that nobody likes to prick the bubble, right? It's very hard for you to stop that. And we've seen all these musical chairs, let them continue from the bankers, before the global financial crisis. And there's something very similar here, because Russia has been writing 5-year plans of diversification from commodities, of productivity growth improvements. And at some point, they just started rewriting the same plan because they struggled to find the new raison d'etre or productivity growth, apart from just being a commodity economy. And this war economy has given this temporarily boost. And I think that is very hard to stop. Even as Arkady was describing, even an autocratic regime, people still worry about the opinion of the people, and specifically in autocratic regimes, the regime change is more painful than in a democratic economy.
I think that's absolutely right, what Lena is saying. And I think we should be slightly humble in that we got it. I mean, a lot of people got it wrong in the first months and years of the war, that Russian economy would collapse. And now I think the pendulum swung the other way. Is that say, oh no, it's fine, it's so resilient, it will, nothing will actually happen, and Putin can carry on for 3, 5, 7 years. The truth is, we don't know. We haven't been to this position. I mean, Lenny is absolutely right that it's very hard, even if the war was to freeze, let's say, even if you imagine, which is very hard to imagine.
I do just wonder what the world would look like if Europe and America were just a united front in terms of stopping Russia from advancing in Ukraine. If they were actually on time before the invasion actually started, and if they were all together in terms of European countries increasing their NATO contributions or their defense budgets, and with America not drip feeding Ukraine the materials that they needed to fight. I just wonder how different things would have been. Fuck. It's hard to argue that they wouldn't have been better in Ukraine's favor. I don't know how you could argue that wouldn't have been the case. It's a shame.
Some of the sanctions would get lifted. Basically, I can't see any sources of growth or investment in Russia. I can't see Russian economy getting back on track. So in a way, the deterioration, the degradation of Russian economy will continue. How people will respond, how the politics will respond, we simply don't know. But we do know that in a way, you could ask, is Putin running out of money? Well, he's already run out of money. If he didn't run out of money, there wouldn't be a budget deficit, which is 5 times, I think, or Lena will correct me, larger than that what they forecast. So in that sense, he's already run out of money. And so the fact that the economy will, suffer, is already suffering, is under pressure, that doesn't necessarily, again, mean that Putin will stop. So we're in uncharted territory. We simply don't know how things are going to form, and it will be a function of many things, of where the war is going or where the economy is going, whether there are any black swans, what would, if the war was to freeze, what would happen to the soldiers who return home, what would happen to the levels of violence and aggression. There are just too many factors which we have to be, as I said, humble.
So Alina, to what extent is sanctions relief, needed by Russia and attractive in the peace process? How much of a priority will it be?
I think we've seen already from the person whom I call the sanctions lifting envoy, Dmitriev, that sanctions are a priority in these negotiations. Why are they priority? As Arkady exactly explained, not because it's going to boost the economy dramatically, but it's going to change things on the margin. And let's think about investors domestically, third country investors, and then Western investors. Russia doesn't necessarily hope or need the Western investors to come back. They need to have this sort of multiple equilibrium domestically to be resolved, where domestic investors with extra cash, or maybe third country investors feel, oh, wait a second, this is maybe a normalizing situation. situation. I'm more ready to invest at these levels into Russia. And I think this is a critical moment for Russia. The signaling of normalization would give them space to invest more. And the question is whether they invest more in something productive for civilian use or something more military related. And the big risk, it will be something that is definitely military related.
Yes, and why would anybody trust that Russia won't get into further entanglements in the future when
we already have people, there's like a bunch of civilians who are training up to prepare for a Russian invasion on the NATO border, like in the Baltic states. They are so, I mean, I don't know what's going to happen, but they are in such high anticipation of Russia trying something, or they're just trying to deter, I guess, by having their defenses kind of like impenetrable. Because I think with Trump in office, they don't actually trust Article 5 to be that useful, maybe, or not as useful as it would have been under Biden.
The approach seems to be based on that.
Well, I can comment on the macroeconomic side of it. We have done a lot of studies at the Kiev School of Economics where we're trying to use data to track supply chains and the shipments among different parts of the Russian industrial base, military industrial base. And we're seeing production of some of the type of weaponry that is not currently needed in Ukraine. So we've seen that activity, whether it's naval warfare.
Estonia has taken measures. Estonia and Finland are the main ones, because obviously they're the logical first step for a Russian attempt at penetration. You know, I'm just using my technical language here, you know, because I'm really smart. Wow. Penetration. I just like saying penetration, actually. Sorry.
Related, or maybe the airplanes. And that raises questions. What are they using that output for? What are they planning to use it for?
Arkady?
Yeah, I think there is also one very big factor in all of this, which Elena mentioned a few minutes ago, which is China. Russia would not have been able to conduct this war economically without China's lifeline.
New goal now. What's wrong with the goal? The goal ends in 40 minutes. What are you talking about? He needs six more super chats for the goal. What are you talking about? Don't confuse me like that. The fuck?
Now, China's got deep pockets. It's not going anything away for free. We know that. Chinese actual investment in Russian economy, the private economy, is very low. But China needs Russia to be stable. The biggest mistake I think the West has made at the beginning of the war, and it was sort of almost contemptuous to think that you could isolate Russia simply by imposing Western sanctions. The world is bigger than the West. You know, if you have India, if you have China, if you have global South, which do not isolate Russia, you cannot isolate its economy. You cannot cut the sources of revenue. The Indian companies, Chinese companies will buy Russian oil. Physically restricting Russian volumes of oil export is probably the best thing. And the best thing of all would be bringing down the oil price. And I think that is actually probably the biggest unknown factor. Is, you know, there are predictions in the market out there. Elena probably knows more, that, you know, the oil is already $50 a barrel, that it will get to $30. It will get to $30 a barrel by the end of 2027. Now, next year is going to be the hardest year economically Russia has had. If the oil price continues to go down, that's a very different dynamic. You know, Russian cost of extraction, from the top of my mind, I think is about $25 a barrel. So you only get $5. I mean, that you can't conduct a big war. You can't continue to pay those contracts, given that your army is contractual at $30 a barrel at the same, and keep the army of the same size. So it just becomes impractical. Putin will stop when either he is stopped or when he's unable to go any further. In terms of his intentions, the intentions are not going to change. The capacity and capability could change.
And Alina, are Russian consumers happy to be this reliant on China in the future? And I suppose in terms of labor force, you know, the increasing number of imported workers from Africa and, you know, wherever else they may be coming.
Well, on China, I think the consumer is definitely sort of getting concerned, but it's a bit too early days. Let's look at the car imports. Russia actually imposed tariffs on its big friend China for car imports because they realized that the Western producers used to put some of the production domestically, and it led to some positive spillovers and agglomeration effects in the economy, while China was just aggressively dumping the oversupply into Russia. And that has allowed China to continue one of the biggest producers in the world in cars because they were dumping into Russia. So Russia actually put in a tariff on that, right? So you see already some of the concerns. But I think also the big concern or maybe embarrassment is the big flip in terms of Russia's export to China. Russia used to export to China mostly manufacturing products, more complex machinery, sometime in 2000s. Now 80% is energy and metals. You know, so it's truly like a pump, you know, that is sending goods to China, and it's definitely not a good look for Russian authorities or the consumer.
Okay, and what about labor, just going on into the future? I mean, you know, if Russia has lost 250,000 dead or somewhere between that and 1 million, that's enough to have quite an effect, isn't it?
Yes, I mean, we see it already in unemployment numbers. Unemployment numbers are around...
Yeah. That's a lot of dead.
2%. You know, this is an emerging market, right? In any emerging market, there are more frictions that would keep your natural rate
It's
of
not economical to have that much death in your own country, yeah.
unemployment, meaning non-inflation generating rate of unemployment, somewhat elevated. This is not even a normal rate for UK or
Is Russia, given their population, are they in the territory now of like demographic crisis where there's going to be so much more women than men in the country? Are they at that period yet? Or how many people need to die before that becomes a problem where they're going to be like, fuck, our population's going to fucking tank because there's just not enough men for all the women? Or does it just solve the incel problem? And most countries are like that anyway because a bunch of men just don't have partners. I don't know. I don't know how it works.
US, right? So that's one of the reasons why the central bank was forced to hike rates. So this employment issue will be very sort of employment or labor force issue will be pervasive. For now, it seems that the block of security block has won out, especially after the terrorist attack on I think at Crocus City Mall, where they are not letting a lot of migrant workers to come back. On top of that, you had some of the racism, nationalism issues, and also not adding to the willingness of these workers to come back. And then finally, you mentioned some of the African countries sort of coming, including from South Africa and others, being lured to Russia. And the issue is there that integration is very hard. And also many of them have to come under pretense of working. And at the end of the day, they end up either on the highly toxic poisonous production, or some of them end up on the front line. And then, of course, they let their people home know that, well, this is not a great way to earn your money.
So finally, Arkady, I mean, it doesn't sound like you think the economy is going to force Putin into anything imminently.
I think so. I don't think there is anything to force. Unfortunately, there is anything to force Putin into any sort of a deal now. That is not to say that he doesn't have pressures. There are pressures in terms of the expenditure. There is pressures on the economy. There is a pressure. You know, he can't. Obviously, you know, they've been fighting for 4 years. In January, this war will be longer than the Soviet participation in the Second World War, in the Great Patriotic War. So the pressures are building up. Russia is not in a healthy position at all. But remember, it's, you know, in a war, it's always about the other side as well. It's who's got more resources. That's why the war of attrition is so dangerous. You know, he can't deal a sort of a final military blow to Ukraine. But if he tires Ukraine to the degree that the number of desertions is very, very high now. You know, Russia spends 8% on the military. Ukraine spends 30% on the military. You know, corruption scandals, everything else. You know, it doesn't need to be strong. It only needs to be slightly stronger than Ukraine. Talked about mistakes in the West, but the fact that, you know, 4 years into this war, European military production is nowhere near. The fact that Europe still has not passed the frozen assets to Ukraine, and it's still, you know, there is more talk than action. I think that's the biggest letdown for Ukrainians, and they know this. I mean, you know, the opinion in Ukraine is already becoming very resentful certainly of America, and now will be towards Europe, because they feel let down, because all this talk about, you know, for as long as it takes, whatever it takes, is the talk.
And finally to you, Alina, I mean, if you were an economic advisor to Putin, might you be tempted to say the lesson of the Ukraine war is that this works for Russian growth, and that Russia has shown that it can pivot to this kind of existence, and that in the medium term, it suits us to keep agitating at Europe because it works for us too?
If I were a great cardinal in Kremlin administration, I would definitely say that. It gives us the social lift for many people in the regions that wouldn't have it otherwise. It keeps people calm. We also don't want to have these people back at home trying to reintegrate into the society after being at war, and some of them are also criminals, right? That also creates a lot of challenges. I would probably advise to find ways to freeze the conflict, the war temporarily, to be able to invest and rearm more skillfully, and then think what kind of levers we have vis-a-vis Europe, if we can put more pressure on Europe. So that would be, unfortunately, my advice for if I were Grey Cardinal in Putin's administration.
Alina, Arkady, thank you so much indeed for your time. It's been fascinating talking to you both. That's the forecast. Until next time, bye-bye.
There we go. Is there, when Estonia and Finland have these preparations at their border, and when they get civilians involved in the 15,000, 17,000 numbers, when they've got that many people involved and that much money being spent, is it because they actually expect Russia to do this, to go into these, to cross these borders and to actually try to invade? Or is it because they prepare because the preparation is in itself expected to be the deterrent? I don't actually know. I didn't know Asmongold was fighting with this guy.
Funny, like, anyone else should be able to criticize, like, Caseytron, if anything. If someone wants to criticize him, it should be anyone but fucking Asmongold, who's a massive fucking content thief.
I cannot afford to fail them. I simply want this nightmare to be over so that I can go back to providing my family with my full support.
Then why did you watch the fucking content nuke?
Yeah, exactly.
Then why did you watch the fucking content nuke and say that you're glad people saw it on your stream and not on Ethan's stream?
That's...
You deserve to lose everything for that. Fuck around and find out. That's what these people fucking sound like. Jesus fucking Christ.
Well, yeah, exactly. I mean, she had no problem harassing people. Like, do you think that Ethan deserved the harassment that she enabled about him? Did Ethan deserve to have skulls sent to his house where his children live?
Whoa.
Did Ethan deserve to have CPS called on him and have government services weaponized as a, weapon for an internet beef?
Was that Holocaust education clip really as bad as I heard it was? What clip? What are we talking about?
Did he deserve
Asmongold?
That? Of course he didn't. So the reality is that if you don't want to start shit, if you don't want shit, don't start shit.
Damn. Why is Asmongold fighting with this guy? What the fuck? I saw they had a Twitter exchange as well, but I didn't read it. The one Hassan responded to. I don't know. I can't be fucked, man. It's like, it's the same as the fucking dog collar shit again. Like, these guys are just trying to rewrite reality to suit their own, to support their daddy-o. I feel bad for Casey because she's clearly just too high to realize what she was doing. I don't know. I don't know if she's too high. I think she's just a bad person. I don't know. I feel like people just give a bit too much charity to people who, like, when people are so consistently dishonest, yeah, I think you just need to, there's like, eventually you get to a point of just like Occam's razor, you know? Shit. Are you going to join the new meta and sue or be sued? No, I do not like the idea of suing people. That's not really my style. I've said this many times. If someone sues me, bring it on. All right. Fuck me. Keyboard ASMR. Does it sound nice? What is this? Oh no. These guys have already suffered a pretty big PR blow. It's not also... oh no. Iranian funds for Hezbollah are flowing through Dubai. Uh-oh. Dangerous. Okay, whatever. I'll read about that for tomorrow. We'll do some Middle East stuff tomorrow because I think Hezbollah are kind of making a bit of a quick return to the news with the Lebanese prime minister calling them out, their second in command getting fucking murked. I'll feel if maybe their second command is had a Jewish great grandparent, and then I'll look really stupid. But yeah, he's dead. The risk of escalation is rampant. It's growing. There's an escalating risk of escalation. Yeah, 100%. Why is chat in a suing frenzy? I don't know. I want to play video games. Fuck that. Abraham Accords and tatters. Anyone who thought Syria or Lebanon were joining the Abraham Accords anytime soon is fucking retarded. Like, what are you talking about? What a mad thing to say. Or believe. It's big news if Azerbaijan joins, like a country that already has diplomatic ties and trade with Israel. It's so strange to think that any of these countries were anywhere near that in the present climate. I'm gonna play a bit of Silk Song and then I'm gonna go. Fuck. Okay, so that bit up there is unexplored. How do I get there though? Do I have to do climbing? Okay, I can do that little skirt thing. Oh no, I'm in my home area. I need to find a station. That's what I need to do. I need to get the hell out of here. Is that ZJM? Thanks for the $2. Appreciate it. Where's the train station? Here? Where's my little trip? I don't recall it looking like this. So it was, yeah. What does GLHF stand for? It means good luck, have fun. Yeah. Travel. Where the fuck am I going? I'm on my map. Greymoor has a big old space on the left. Okay, let's go there. Ho! Okay, so I have to go all the way. Oh, it's not even that far. What are you? You're fine. He's a fire. Fuck. I thought he was a friend. Got him. Brick. GLHF from the OG StarCraft days. I didn't think it was a StarCraft thing. I think it's just like a general gamer term, no? We used to use it in Warcraft. Me and the boys. Give me these beads. I need a shitload of beads. Apparently I need 500, according to my little guide man. Fuck. Fuck. Are they friends? They look like friends. Can I get up there? What's this? Oh, I just destroyed that thing for no reason. Shit. Let's go this way. Fucking scissor wanker, Jesus Christ. Powerful boy. Jesus. Tough guy. Big tough guy. She's getting scissored. Shut up! Don't talk like that. That's bad. Bad words. Huh. Fuck! Okay, can I even handle this guy if he's on the edge like that? Okay, he's come down. That's good. How the fuck do I handle this guy properly? Jesus. He's such a tough guy. Ugh. Okay. I can just kick him down. Yeah, you stay down. Fuck off. Don't like him. Although I might need to hit him for health. Who knows? Are you playing keyboard mouse? No. Controller. What's this? Is that spike gonna hit me? That looks like a dangerous spike. Deadly. Spear throw? Yeah, I guess so. Okay, I'm not going near those little blades. They look like they're gonna fuck me up. Right? Wise? Ooh. Ooh. Huh. Huh. You. Come here. Fuck! Get out of there! Okay, I might just die. No, just escape. Get away. Oh my god, he's coming down. Oh shit! Fuck! Oh no, they're fucking relentless. How am I supposed to deal with this shit? Get me out of here. They're gonna come up! I'm so fucking... No. Stop. I need health. Where do I get health? Anywhere? Mouse. Fuck! Fuck me. That is hard. Very hard. Okay, wait. Oh, why am I still here? Oh no, I need to... Those guys are big tough guys. Shit. Not good. Greymore. Oh. Fuck me. Still not really, still not really used to the mechanics. Fuck me! Big... Ah! No, don't lose my shit. Don't lose my shit. Fuck. Shit. Not a spear throw. I feel like I still need to hit this guy like 5 times to defeat him. Heal up. Good. Fuck. Okay, I think I get a bit more complacent when I'm high health. Unnecessary. Oh my god. Jesus Christ, get me out of there. Fuck. He's gonna kill me. Where is he? Ah! Fuck. Jesus. I'm gonna go bench up. Bench me up. Is there a bench here? Wait, I need a bench. Because otherwise, without a bench, I'll go back to that shitty spawn point. There's a bench up there. Fuck. I'm gonna lose all my coin. Oh no. RB and up. Oh yeah. To throw my little sticks at them. No wait, wrong place. I think these guys are gonna respawn now that I've done that, yeah? Ah! I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. Fuck. Ah. Fuck, why are they floating away? Fuck you. Fuck. Fuck! I didn't know it did that. Does that mean I can't get my ghost now? I've just lost all that. All those beads. This is definitely a harder game than Hollow Knight, I will say. Today's not your day, eh? I guess not. I mean, I am generally just like not as good at this game yet. Like I'm not used to the dynamics, the mechanics, whatever the fuck. Okay. I'll take that. 27. 27 whole rosaries. Nice. Only lost about 200 of them. Nice. Just found out my £2 million home is getting taxed. Yeah, that's really sad. That's why I need people to fulfill the super chat goal. Dicks. How many left? It's like 4? Can't remember. But do it. Fuck. Fuck. Even timing that pogo is annoying as shit. Nice. Yes, use your range, buddy. I feel like it's still not as effective as I'd like it to be. Did I run out already? I really ran out of throwing stuff already. I thought it was quite quick to get that stuff, those blades. Or is it on a timer? Fuck. Okay. Did I really run out of little throwing blades? How do I get them back? The fuck? Huh, huh, Fuck! Okay, careful. Fuck! That was not careful. Let's heal. I don't even have any fucking throwing shit anymore. Okay, that's one way you can do it, for sure. At least now I can throw a spear at the next one. Bah! Okay, I can just do that. Nice. Okay, clever. New strategy, guys. Don't get snipped. Don't get snipped into little pieces. We good? Wow. What's this do? Nothing. What's this way? Don't fight me.
¿Me ofende? Oh, mamido.
The fuck?
Oh, Yama.
Oh, I need to move my thing. Yeah. Put it up here. No, there's not really anywhere to avoid the text, but it's the best we can do. Okay.
Buenera.
Ah, osim.
Okay.
Mascara gore.
Oh. Fuck. You rat bastard. Oh, fuck. I might die again. Look at this. 2 stars. 2 little health pieces. I have to go this way. I can't go higher. Come on, come up. Let's see if I can survive you. Survive your wrath. Fuck this guy. Okay. I can keep doing this, but I can't heal, so that's not going to last forever. The other one, I just have to use my wits to defeat him. Come up. Come up. Hey. Come on. I'm in terror. Great. Okay, do it. Lunge. Lunge. That was a bit risky. Okay. Now do a little lunge over. Huh. Okay. I need to heal though. I need to keep doing that so I can heal. Maybe this place is a little bit beyond my my level. Maybe. But that's not going to stop us. Oh, it's this guy, little fucker. Fuck you. Ugh. Yeah. Not the little buzzy. Bah. Nice. Fucking hell, they're such an awkward little box. Go away. Okay, he's just gonna keep falling. Why not? Okay. Fuck! It's okay. What's this? What happens? Can I go back up? What was that? Scissor? Scissor wanker. Fuck you. Fuck! Fuck, I'm going too quick. Jesus! Get me away. Friend. Okay. Okay, goodbye. Yo. Okay. Oh, that's the one that we kept on knocking off the hill. I go this way? What's this? Is there a bench anywhere here? This looks intimidating. Chapel of the Reaper. That sounds accommodating. Oh, ho, 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 ho. Shit. Is this place safe? It doesn't look safe. There are scissors that fall. Oh no. It's where you get a new moveset. Oh, we can take that. Let me up. Let me up. Jesus. Oh, good save. Ooh. Okay. Slight platforming diff. Oh shit! It's a scissor wanker! Get away! Fuck! Where's he going? Where'd he go? Yeah, fuck. Lunge. Where's he going? Okay. Now there's more coming. 2 of them. Oh, it's these guys. They're fine. Fuck. Careful. Okay, now I'm gonna struggle because I need to heal. Ah! Ah. Okay. Fuck! Oh no. Not careful and fuck me. Well, I'll just have to smoothly find my way back to that little arena. Okay. Okay, that's fine, that's fine. Jeez. Long journey ahead. Huh. We just have to fly quickly. Huh. Fuck you. How you can heal in, yeah, I know you can heal in the air. I just don't know when it's ever useful. Wanna go this way? Where was I? Oh yeah, up there. Wait, going up though. It's here, is it? Yeah. Oh, that was quick. Nice. And we're 1 hit point off, but that's fine. We can recover it. Okay, ghost. Huh. Fuck. Yeah. Huh. Come on, lunge. Good. Fuck. Fuck me. Jesus Christ. Heal. Okay, good. Okay, now the little fucking worm bug. Fuck. Fuck. Need to heal quick. 2 scissor wankers. Bah. Fuck. Oh no. Not good. Don't lunge. Go. Yeah, fuck. Okay, he's dead. Good. Now this less bugger. Come on, lunge. Lunge. Okay, go up there. Okay, do a little lunge. Fuck. Fuck! Okay, good, we got him. Can I heal now? Where's the bench? I need fucking... Can I even... This is like an entry zone, so there probably isn't one. What do I do now? What do I do? Ooh! Flame! Oh, do I get to do the swirly thing? Elon Musk noise. Bound the crest of Reaper, attack with heavy arcing slashes and reap additional silk from enemies. To change crest, open the crest screen of the menu, resting at the bench. Okay. Where am I going? Wait, what's this skill that I have now? What was it? I didn't even see what it was. Shit. Silk Spear. Warding Bell. Is there something I equip? Compass? No. Warding Bell. Straight Pin. Silk Spear. Auto equips. Yeah, but is it like a... What's that? Huh? Oh, the pogo's changed. It's just a regular down pogo. Oh, it's like a radius. Is that what it is? I pogo on a radius? The shit. Wow. The fuck am I doing down here? Oh, I see. This is the way back. Hip, hip. Okay. Cool. Well, it doesn't stop me getting the shit kicked out of me by these little things. Smash. Much better. Fuck you. Fuck me. Okay, we're recovering our coinage. That's good. Now where do I go? Wait, is my compass even there? Where the fuck am I? What? Why didn't I see myself on the compass? Huh. Fuck. Huh. Snippy. Don't snip me. Fuck you. Fuck. There we go. Shouldn't really do that because... Fuck off! He's gonna come down. Okay. Fuck. I don't have my throwing stuff anymore. Oh yeah, I need to re-equip. Oh no, we're so fucked, man. I feel like I'm a bit slower now. Lunge. Go. Fuck. Lunge again. Do it again. Do it. Go, 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 go. Go on, go, go. Do it again. Ah! That's okay. I want to go back to the bench anyway. Re-equip your tool. No, I'm back here. There's no fucking bench here. Oh my god. Dude. Where's my compass? What the fuck? Give me my compass back. I have to go to a bench. Okay, good. Alright. Oh my god. I don't know where my ghost is. I'll take these because I need them to recover my losses. Fuck. Not going there. Run to the little rat. Jesus. Oh god. Ooh. Oh, he's fallen. He's gonna jump back up though, isn't he? Come on. So my lunge is just not as big anymore. I can't dash as fast. That's okay. There's a bench to the right. Is there? I don't see it. Wait, what's this? What's this fucking glow on me? What am I doing? Why am I so powerful? What just happened? My ghost is up here, though. My buck. Fuck me, I just fell again. Ah! Good, clever. The glow is your new crest. It has abilities. I didn't see. Fuck! Give me that. Oh my god, I just wasted a fucking... Oh god, I just wasted 2 spears! Ah, fucking moron. There we go. Didn't waste the 3rd spear. Good. Come up, come up. Yeah. Fucking. Okay. There must be a bench in these parts. That's all I really need. Okay. Scissor wanker? No, thank you. Okay. Alright, I see it wrong. Oh my god! Fucking hell. Did you see Media-san saying Gaza is worse than Rwanda and that? And the Holocaust because the Hutus and Nazis supposedly don't mock their genocides anymore. Is he? Yeah, that sounds like something he would say. Not putting that past him. There's a bench to the right of where you just died. Okay. Let me past you. Fuck off. I don't care. Where's my ghost? Oh god. Go this way? No, I don't care. Fuck off. The sign tells you where to go. What, to the station? Or is it below? Who knows? Let's see. What, is there something here? What, this sign? That's not the sign for a bench. Fucking double lunge. No! Fuck, I speared the wrong way! Take the fast travel to get to a bench. Okay, that'll do. Why not? I don't like that place. That place is too difficult. Too much pressure. Yeah. I'm going to Bone Bottom. Nice. Whoa! Where are you? Oh, you're a map lady. I can ring a bell to get you. Okay. Equip tools. Like here? No. Crest. Compass. Warding bell. Got the pins. Got the spear. And I guess I can equip this as well? No, it's one or the other. Okay, compass. Okay, wait, is that right? Where's my throwing shit? Oh, it goes there. Okay. Cool. Good. Yeah. Okay, not gonna lie guys, NGL, I am not feeling video games today. What I am feeling is a big fucking bowl of spaghetti and a bath with all your mums. That's what I'm doing. Man, the proportion of fucking hatred that I get on the internet, the amount of output I have, wild. People are mental. People are fucking psychos. Oh. It's all a bit of fun, bro. All a bit of fun. Alright, hang on. Only a little gup. I know, eh? Spag sounds like a slur. You are mostly a bunch of spags, yes. Okay. Alright, get me out of here, guys. Take care. See you tomorrow. Yeah, I'll be around tomorrow. Yeah, good. Alright, bye-bye. Bye. Bye.